Yes, people, welcome back to Chelsea Perspective. Welcome back to another Blue Morning show, specifically Transfer Watch / match preview show. We'll be previewing the match, friendly match, preseason. I think it's called the Premier League series, the first edition of it, Chelsea versus Fulham. It's a London derby in the United States, and one that I'd like to see Mauricio Pochettino win to make it 4 games, I think, in total without losses. But more importantly, I do hope you're all doing well. I appreciate you all finding the time to join the show. We'll also talk about transfer. So we get to talk about Wahi. We'll talk about Leslie Ugochukwu. And if anything new emerges with regards to our pursuit of our Moises Caicedo, we'll talk about it. So sit back, relax, and let's get into the show. Yes, people, once more, welcome back to Chelsea Perspective. Welcome back to another Transfer Watch show / match preview show on Chelsea Perspective. I hope you're all doing well. I hope you're all eating blue, sleeping blue, waking up blue, and overall living the blue life. As for me, that's what I do. Let's see what we have in the chat. Say hello to those of you that are already there, and I appreciate you always finding the time to support the show. And the first person is a Jerry Z. Always nice to see you, brother. It's that time of the year. He says, I appreciate you. And the Maya Fowler, give us a midfielder, or we have we'll loan him. I'm not sure what you're trying to say there, but the Maya, more importantly, I do hope you're doing well. Big up to you too, Chelsea Till I Die. I appreciate you joining. Captain Chilwell, it is happening. Okay. Let's see. Namaya, please watch. Don't loan midfielder. Put him. Okay. Go to the Brighton replacement at Chelsea sign. Okay. You're talking about Leslie Ugochukwu. Chelsea signed a Caicedo replacement. Yeah, that's funny, really. They were trying to sign him. Rumors are that they were trying to sign him as our Caicedo replacement, and we went and signed them. Same thing as Mohamed Kudus. Rumors are also that that they're interested in signing Mohamed Kudus. I'm not sure whether as a replacement for Moises Caicedo, but we're also looking to sign Mohamed Kudus. It just looks like they're doing the groundworks with regards to players we're looking to sign. We're just going. It just seems as if we're trying to sign players that Brighton have identified as a good fit for their current squad or their manager. So I'm not too sure what to make of it, but I'm moving on. If you sign those players, we'll sign Kudus and sign again when we've signed Leslie Ugochukwu. Those are two good players. Especially Leslie, who's a very young player, I think just 19 years of age. For us, Lampard would have lost all the 3 preseason games we had so far. Wow. That is some statement right there. Let's see what else we have here, Coach. We don't need Caicedo anymore. We got our midfielder, and Brighton are stingy. That is your opinion. That's why I have the poll there, which asks the question of why did Chelsea sign Ugochukwu? 43% thinks we're signing him as a Caicedo alternative. 38% thinks just one for the future, and 21% thinks a rotational option. But I'm not too sure what to make of that. Now, it's not my decision. Rumors are that signing Ugochukwu has nothing to do with Chelsea's, will not in any way change Chelsea's interest in signing Chelsea's pursuit of Moises Caicedo. So it remains to be seen what the club does. Andrew Rizzi says, like and subscribe to our channel and help us reach the 15,000 milestone quickly. We're getting there. I think we need just about how many more subscribers to get there. We're currently at 14,708, so we need about 200 and a few more subscribers to get it to 15,000 subscribers. So I'm quite sure we'll get there. As the season approaches, we are thrilled to bring you more engaging and interactive shows at Chelsea, on Chelsea Perspective. Be rest assured you will like them. And please, can I watch the preseason on Chelsea TV, Coach? Tonight, we've been told that the whole preseason games will be streamed and you can watch it on the Chelsea app or even on the Chelsea website free of charge. You don't have to spend penny this time to watch it. Yeah, so we've been lucky this particular preseason. And Papula, Akanle, nice to see you. Chelsea really need a defensive midfielder. We need one. And that's why I'm going to ask you this question now if you're in the chat. Why do you really think? You can elaborate a bit. Why do you think Chelsea signed Leslie Ugochukwu? Do you think Chelsea signed him as a Caicedo alternative, or do you think he's just one for the future, or do you think he's just a rotational option that will end up joining Chelsea? I think there should have been one more option there, asking the question whether you think Chelsea will loan him to Strasbourg. Maybe the option that asks the question, the option that says a rotational option, maybe that covers that aspect. Because yeah, if that's what it is, maybe that one for the future, so to speak, if that's really what it is, then he will end up going out on loan. So yeah, let's see what else we have here. Says it's very important before we play against Liverpool. I don't think any player will sign now will get a chance to play against Liverpool. I'm not too sure that happens. It's a risk because you don't want to just throw. You can say throw a player into the folds and they end up faltering. In most cases, new players, if they don't do well in their debut for a club, usually in some cases, from my experience, it sets the tone with regards to how they do for that club in question, the new club, so to speak. Salis should be our next target. I think you were here yesterday. It looks like Salis, was it AC Milan? I think I did see a report suggesting that AC Milan are pushing to sign him or so. So, or was it Monaco? I'm not sure what club in particular. Yeah, for the future. Okay, let's see. Where we Julius says that this Ghana boy don't come again. Anyway, Samid is good. And as my Ghanaian bro, if you're there, you don't want the machine that's policing the chat to see your comments as to see you as if you're spamming the chat, and then it will suspend you, or let me say time you out. You want that, you don't want that to happen. So just say it once and you don't need to repeat it, honestly. He asked the question, any Kudus update, nothing new. And contrary to the reports we've heard that we've already agreed personal terms with him. We learned, I think that was yesterday, that yeah, we're just close to agreeing personal terms with him. I mean, the reports with regards to our pursuit, the reports on our pursuit, on Chelsea's pursuit of Mohamed Kudus is everywhere. There are conflicting reports out there. Some are saying that we're close to agreeing personal terms with him. Some are saying that he prefers going to join in Arsenal to Chelsea and all that. So I'm not too sure where we're at with that one. I'm just going to be honest with it. Let me see what else we have lined up here. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. I just want to take this moment to appeal to those of you that are watching, but for one reason or the other are not able to participate in the chat. Just know we appreciate you because you provide a great value to the community by watching alone. But if you can do us one favor, one tiny beauty favor, just take a second, drop a like on the stream. I can assure you nobody will know when you do it, and the likes do go a long way for us. And if you keep watching, you continue to watch, if you like what you're seeing, please also consider subscribing. That will go a long way. Let's see what else we have here. This says we really need a defensive midfielder. Please let's try our best to get it done. I think we're working on it. We've signed one. The question you see, as you've seen on the poll there, is why did we sign that one in particular? Do you think we signed them as a Caicedo alternative that if we end up walking away from the Caicedo deal, would just you could say add Leslie Chukwuemeka to the team, or do you think he's just one for the future that after signing him would send him out on loan to our sister club Strasbourg? Or do you think we'll sign him and he still be part of the team as a rotational player? I want to know. Let's see what we have here from Code Web. Code Web, nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. I appreciate you finding the time to join in. Innocent, I think I've said hello to you, called you by your name, and I've said hello to you already. And this is Code Web says he could be the player for the squad or a rotational option. It's conditional to Caicedo's deal. Maybe the club are not going to say to anybody, yeah, we've signed him in case we decide to walk away from the Caicedo deal. So we can say he is the second option for now, and his role will be defined if we get Caicedo or not. I think I agree. That may well. I think what happens, what we do with Leslie Ugochukwu depends largely on the outcome of our pursuit of Moises Caicedo. Chances are, if we end up walking away, if we walk away from the Caicedo deal, we'd say, okay, we need numbers in that area, and he's a traditional defensive midfielder. Let's bring him in, and then yeah, after all, Caicedo, Dean Brighton signed him at the age of 19, so the same age, and he's the same age as Romeo Lavia. And again, to me, he's more of a traditional DM down Romeo Lavia to me. I actually don't see Romeo Lavia as a DM. He's more of an 8 or box-to-box midfielder for me. But that's, by the way, we'll move on from that. Something else we have to learn from how quickly, the moment we start hearing that Chelsea are interested in signing Leslie Ugochukwu, this is actually funny. I can have him mixing his name with that of Carney Chukwuemeka since I heard that we're interested in signing him. I started hearing that we're interested in signing him. That's because the two names have something in common. The first one has Carney Chukwuemeka, and this one is Ugochukwu. Both has Chukwu in both. Again, both names has the word Chukwu, which means God. I know the meaning of both names, but that's, by the way, we have to move on from that. So what I was trying to say is this. If you see how quickly, from the time we started hearing that we're interested in signing him, boom, before you know it, the deal, it's done. So that brings me back to my argument yesterday that the club's hierarchy, they found a way to put, again, to put every player that they're interested in signing under the wraps, and I like that. Which means that there won't be too many rumors or getting other clubs to start. You can say, looking at players we want to sign, because sometimes clubs do that. Sometimes clubs don't want a player until they hear club A, B, C, or club A looking to sign that particular player, and then wait, that player is actually good. Maybe we need to sign that player. But that's by the way. We'll move on from that. Let's see what we have here. I think, yeah, I've read that one, and I think that's a delicious comment. I appreciate that. It makes sense. Amrabat to Man United. Bad news for me. Maybe we were never interested in signing him, and I think again I've never heard us being linked with a move for Amrabat. It's Ramsey. Okay, Highland for Manchester United. Good signing for them. We got our man, Haaland. Look, we got our again. You can say what I believe is a better player for you can say for cheap. You can half the price. Yeah, you can say half the price you guys are paying for Highland, nearly half the price. Coach, should we be worried that we are not prepared for the Liverpool game and won't be able to compete? Your honest thoughts. Here's the thing. My honest thoughts are this. Here's the thing. We are the underdogs going into that game, and when that's the case, usually I'm not concerned. I'm usually concerned when we'll think we're ready, we're going to mop the floor with Liverpool, or they will end up beating them. That's when usually I'm concerned. But I'm not concerned right now. I think we're the underdogs, and I think we have players who you can say, you've seen they're willing to give a tear, you can say, their blood on whenever on the pitch to get us a win. But that's by the way. Keep dropping likes on the stream, people. The likes to go a long way. We are at 43 likes. Let's get it to 50. Shoot for 100. Let's try and get to 300 today. Since the transfer window opened, we haven't gotten to 300. It's been 260 plus at most. But I believe we can do that only if you keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. Chelsea, okay, I'm not going to read your comment anymore, but you can stay in the chat because you provide value there. Enjoy yourself. This is Caicedo. Will be done soon. Innocent, I think I believe we'll get the deal over the line. And here's my argument: if the club sense, if they sense again, if they sense again any chance of us missing out after wasting time, again, I don't think they'll still be there. They're still there because they're getting what I call positive signals from the players' camp. More importantly, even from Brighton's camp overall. So I think we get that deal over the line. Let's see what else we have here. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. Supreme Court's nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. God of Frogs, I appreciate you finding the time to join today. Thank you. I appreciate you finding the time to join. Congratulations. You have Zaha as Galatasaray player. Congratulations to you guys. I was thinking we were going to go for him as a free agent. We didn't, for a reason I do not know, but maybe we just don't need him, or he doesn't fit the profile of players we're looking given the club's project. Yes, I'm back again. We have already signed Nigerian players, so Ghana next, and I go for Salis. Salis isn't coming. I've seen some reports, although I didn't pay attention to it. I think I should have, given all how you were pushing for the club to sign him. But here's the thing: enjoy yourself. Enjoy your participation in the chat there, but please do not get the machine that is policing the conversation there to see you as if you're spamming the chat and then end up suspending you again or timing you on. I don't think you will like that. Santiago Muno, nice to see you, brother. I appreciate you joining. I did always feel we need 2 DMs rather than one. I suspect Ugochukwu is just one for the future, though. But let's see what happens. And my bro, AD, love for blue. I appreciate you. But Eddie says that Juventus reviving the idea of a swap for Lukaku with Dusan Vlahovic. The question is, does Vlahovic want to come to Chelsea? The plan was to sell Vlahovic and reinvest some on Lukaku, but there is no suitable offers of Vlahovic, so they are looking to convince Chelsea to swap. And the question now that Juventus are facing a punishment, and the punishment includes they've been kicked out of Europe. I think that's one of one part of the punishment, and not well acquainted with that. Would Lukaku still want to go to Juventus? That's a question I'm asking. And plus, would Vlahovic want to come to Chelsea? If he doesn't want to come, it complicates, it compounds the possibility of us getting him. And do I think we're looking to get Vlahovic? I'm not too sure, but let's see what happens. It's an interesting one, really. But there's no suitable offers for Vlahovic, so they are looking to convince Chelsea to accept the swap deal, or appreciate one. Olapoju Samuel, my Niger brother, I appreciate you joining. Please, what's the update on who? Didi, you're talking about Datra Fafana? Who? I want to know. Can you say the name fully so I understand? I'm not too sure. Why not scout such a Caicedo alternative for players? Why Caicedo? Let me ask you this question in return. Do you suspect that we've signed what's his name? That we have signed Leslie Ugochukwu as an alternative to Moises Caicedo. Yeah, I've been thinking about it, and he's traditionally a DM, more of a DM than Caicedo is, actually, in my opinion, and he's fine. And didn't Brighton sign Caicedo at the age of 19 or so? That's the question I want to ask you. Good day to you, to Jump On Entertainment, and everyone. Good day. I appreciate you finding the time to join the show. I appreciate you. I hope you're all enjoying your Sundays. Let's see what else we have here. Keep dropping likes on the stream, people. I'll let you slug it out with those in the chat there. And by the way, if you're a United fan, go check out our sister channel. It is called Soccer Perspective. Join there, and if you want to be a panelist there, do let me know. Shoot me and can inbox me. Send me a message via Twitter DM, as it is called now, X DM. And then, maybe you become a panelist on the sister channel where you can come and defend Manchester United. Coach, your prediction on the game today, I say 4-1. We'll get to that in a bit. We have some transfer items to deal with. And once we're done addressing the transfer items, we get into the match preview proper. Sorry, I have to put my phone on mute. It's blaring right now. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. And also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. I appreciate you all, and that is only if you are enjoying the show. You are welcome to be part of the Chelsea Perspective family. Express yourself, but just all we ask of you is to keep it civil. I would say that, yep, Jackson is better than Vlahovic. I would say the same too. But welcome, just keep it civil. Don't fight too much, so the mods here don't ban you. You can banter. I think we take banter here, but you see people get back at you. That's why I like that's why we like our moderators here. As long as you keep it civil, nobody bans you from the channel because you're bantering. Just keep it civil. If scouts look for someone else rather than Caicedo, we have the player in our list. If you're saying, if that's your argument, I think we have one now. Honestly, we do have one in Leslie Ugochukwu. Honestly, he's an excellent player. If you, at least from what I've seen, I've watched Denmark games in Euros. He was as a baller. Okay, I think he's a good player, but I think you guys paid too much. That's how I see it. Coach, why are we not going up for any player that is 23 plus? I think Constantin Dante, kudos to him. He's been preaching that. He's been saying all the time that once you suggest that the club scout or the club sign a player above the age of 23, he'd say no, it ain't happening. That doesn't fit the profile of players from our age perspective, the players we're looking for. So he's been spot on with that. Could it be a policy? That may well be the case. Could it be a policy that Chelsea has? Possibly. Poch should be given a 5-year contract with all these kids. I think he will. I don't think he needs to actually achieve too much before he gets an extension. That's how I see it. This says, honestly, I am scared. Just Kudus should do the trick. And Caicedo, we need physicality in the midfield. Bobby will be very, very proud of you. Andrew Phillips, and I think you're correct. We need balance. Balance is key. We don't need all brief players. That's me using the language of my bro and friend. A lot of people Mesole. We need a mix of tall and physical players in the midfield. Even Pep has managed to assemble a well-balanced team. They have physical players, they have tall players, and all of that. So if you think you can bully them off the ball, you just cannot do that. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. I appreciate you all finding the time to join the show. We are at 50 likes. Let's get it to 49, let's shoot for 100, 200, and 300 overall. And Star Slayer 344 says we should get kudos. This guy is ready to take the next step. I've heard we've made contact, we've had contact with Ajax. We're also close to agreeing personal terms with the player, but the reports out there are conflicting. Some are saying that Kudus prefers joining Arsenal to Chelsea, and some are saying yeah, they were actually closer again. Yeah, I've said that. Those two things. Some are saying he prefers going to Arsenal, and some are saying we're close to agreeing personal terms with him. And we did present a more convincing offer on the table to his camp. So that's all I can remember. I'm Mason, a big up coach, a real perspective of CFC. I appreciate you, Mason. I appreciate you finding the time to join the show. It's been a minute, and I hope you're well because I haven't seen you in a while. Please do let me know. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. This is all Scandinavian countries that can beat each other. That's the sort of things competition I want to see. A balanced squad. Suleiman Jaita says, hello, Blue Family. Hello to you too. I appreciate you finding the time to join. I hope you're doing well. So let's see. I think it's about time we address the items we have lined up here. Let's see the first item here. We're going to go for it in a bit. Yep, there you go. This here says Levi Colwell has updated his Instagram profile picture. I'm not going to say we should. I'm not saying we should start analyzing while it took him a while. After all, even after you can say July 1st, João Felix still had Chelsea on his profile. Didn't change it back to Atletico Madrid. Some could come back and come at me with some with argument the fact that he didn't want to go back to Atletico Madrid and probably wants them to know by still not reverting to Atletico Madrid, his Atletico Madrid profile on social media platforms where he has a presence. But that's, by the way, this is good to see. For those of you who's been stalking Levi Colwell, not giving him space, giving him stick for not changing, not reverting to Chelsea profile. He's done that. I hope you're happy now. We move on. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. Let's see what else we have lined up here. We've addressed that one. And I'm going to move on. Santiago will handle you well, so you slug it out with him. I'm not going to join that particular conversation there. It's match day. May we win it. I hope we win, and I do strongly believe we will win. But let's see. But they're not going to be an easy side to play against. Why do I say that? They have a unit. We don't have a unit yet, although we've seen a significant progress, again, a yawning disparity between where we are today. Even the Mauricio Pochettino, he's barely a month into the job, plus others. We've had the state up to 6 months where we weren't able to play as a unit on the particular manager. I don't want to mention his name. Because I don't want to start a fight with my friend and brother, Roger Pop here. All good, keeping busy with work and stuff. Nice to see the board not just active on one transfer and still working behind the scenes on different targets. Yep, I appreciate you saying that. I appreciate it. Yeah, I like the fact that we do not know what players the club are really looking at. It's been everywhere. And that to me shows they've decided to go that way. And but actually the fact remains that's where the frustration of the fans stems from. That drives the frustration we're seeing within the fan base. But I'm good. I know they know what they're doing with the outgoings, with the players who signed so far. I think you have to respect the Chelsea Football Club's scouting department. From Angelo Gabriel to all the young, to Nicolas Jackson, to Leslie Ugochukwu, all those players, when you look at them, you say, yeah, now we're working. Those are the sort of players we want to see us you can say, go pluck from somewhere. We don't have to spend $1 billion to sign the best player, to sign you can say upcoming talents or the best talents around. But more importantly, yeah, I appreciate that. I believe me, I understand. Bills don't pay themselves. So people do work the show. Yeah, you can miss the show. Yeah, it will wait for you. But much love to you, brother, for finding the time to join again. I've just pressed the like button. Little Johnny, I appreciate you. I'm guessing that's my friend, John Hans. John, I appreciate you finding the time to join. Coach, we have the youngest squad in the Premier League. and no team has ever won the league with this age bracket. With this age bracket, I am really confused on our plan. Enlighten me. We've heard the manager say publicly that we need experience, but again, you have to pay attention. The age doesn't really matter. We have some experienced players there. Correa is experienced. Benchirol is experienced. What's his name? Gusto, even though he's still young, is experienced. And Reece James is experienced. We still have even Nicolas Jackson, his experience. But how experienced are they is the question you'll be asking. But sometimes it's easy. You can say people use people attach age, a player's age, to how experienced they are. But the truth remains, sometimes you do have to look beyond that player's age and look at how long they've been, again, they played at a very high level and how many matches they played in total. That would tell you how experienced they are, because experience isn't about age, it's about how many times you've done a particular thing. But it's easy, for people to attach age to it, if that makes sense. But I think we have some experience there. But I'd say specifically we need experience in the midfield area. I would just leave it at that. But that's just my opinion. Let's see what else we have here. 52 likes. Let's get it to 100 people. Keep dropping the likes on the stream. The likes to go a long way. And once we are done addressing the transfer items we have lined up, we will get into the lineup or prediction exercise. And soon we'll get into that. 49 likes. I think we are at 53 likes right now. Little Johnny. Chelsea have verbally agreed personal terms with Ajax attacking midfielder Mohamed Kudus over a potential switch to Stamford Bridge, according to reliable journalist Rudy Galletti. Okay, so we appreciate that. So as you can see, we've verbally agreed personal terms with him. So which means personal terms will be an issue. If we can agree on the transfer fee with Ajax, you could argue that the deal is as good as done. And keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. And if you are using, I don't know if you see the icons in question or the emojis in question, if you're using what's it called, a Firefox browser, but on Chrome you will see the emojis on the right hand side. Just click it, then you have, I think that's blushing face emoji, there's a smiling emoji, there's a heart icon, there's 100% on all that. You can keep tapping on them to help trigger the YouTube algorithm. Rational option, maybe rotational option to speak. I think that's what you meant to type there. Jason Belgrave, nice to see you, brother. I hope you're doing well. Let me see how quickly I can catch up with what we have in the chat there. So we move to other items we have lined up, because we still have to do the predicted lineup, get into the predicted lineup exercise. Okay, you're having a conversation with somebody. Let's see. Nowski. I'm not sure how to pronounce your name, but more likely, if anything, Noski will be the closest. Some Chelsea fans will never appreciate the owners, no matter what. I've never seen an entire team get replaced in one season, and they still don't get credit. Only a microscope towards things undone. I think that's one of the delicious comments of the day. Unfortunately, people don't give them credit, or maybe don't understand their vision. That's how I'd like to put it. Chelsea are reportedly preparing to approach Real Madrid with a mammoth 130 million euros. That's 111.7 million pounds offer for Uruguayan midfielder Federico Valverde. What's the source of that one? Is it one of the sources you think we should trust? Let us know. I'd really appreciate that. Eddie, that was a question I was going to ask my bro Eddie. Smash the like button, people, and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. The likes do go a long way, and that's from Bobby Smoky Signals. I appreciate you finding the time to join the show, Bobby. I hope you're doing well, and it looks like you're 100% fit, and that makes us happy. Let's see. Love to everyone in the chat. Much love to you too, Bobby. You know how much they love you there in the chat and on the panel here. I don't see us winning the league this season, even if we get all the players we need. I see us finishing a third to sixth this season, because the other teams are more seasoned than us. We've seen that happen before. I don't discount. I'm not here to specifically say here's how I think would finish the season. But one thing I can assure you, I've said that 1,000 times, and I'll keep saying it, is this. Is that we will do better than a lot of people think we'll do. And remember, I say that, and I'm serious about that. Let's see what else we have here. What do we have? City, United, and I say that City. Okay, United and Liverpool squad is much stronger than us, in my opinion. We don't need a scientist to realize that's actually the case. If anything, even if we have a strong squad, they've been together for a while now. If they make changes, it's been one change, a change here and there. They've never, they haven't for a while made a wholesome change as we're making right now, because we're still at it, and chances are we'll see more players join the squad. Much stronger than us, in my opinion, and that will leave Pochettino at a bigger disadvantage, and he knows that's the case. It would take some miracle for us to actually measure them in terms of performance or anything. Interesting to see how the Chelsea young lads handle the challenge of Fulham in this evening. It will be interesting. And so far in the preseason, they haven't disappointed. They've, you can say, performed against Wrexham, against Newcastle, one more team there, against Brighton also. They've actually performed. So they held their own. They haven't disappointed, and hopefully we'll see that continue. Let's see. I will join you in about 20 minutes, coach, as soon as I finish my treatment. Okay, brother, see you then. That's a priority. Let's see. The truth is, most of Chelsea experienced players are worse than these young kids. Look at Lukaku, Kepa, Kukurea. You don't have to actually add Lukaku to that list, really, in my opinion. Kukurea, I think that's a good player in him, but maybe he should have been playing in a defensive role. But let's see what happens. Yes, Sterling, his experience, but he hasn't led by example. We expect him to lead by example as one of the most experienced players, but he hasn't done that. Shocking to me. Spanish outlet Nacional via Football 365 alleges that Chelsea are preparing an even more lucrative bidder for Valverde, whose future with Real Madrid has been called into question recently. Wow. Okay. Let's see. I think we've seen that that rumor, I think about 2 weeks ago, and if it's re-emerging, maybe there's some truth to it. But we'll see. Coach, I don't think that's factual about Valverde, because we already have one in Enzo. We need a CDM, a CBO goalkeeper more than anything else. Okay, but that's your opinion. Yep. Let's see what else we have here. If we finish a fourth, Chelsea fans will say Pochettino didn't win anything. Do you get my point? I totally understand your point. But I think if you understand football and know that we've made a lot of changes, lots of new players, and it will get worse because we'll end up signing about 3 more players this window. Even if we're done, we end up seeing new additions to the squad from the youngsters that are training with the first team in the preseason right now. So if you understand football, you understand again. But if you understand football, you'd know when he did his best. Then because we made too many changes, he wasn't able to really reach, you can say, the heights that we all believe he'd be able to reach this season. But if he underperforms, like for instance in the case of Graham Potter, we knew then, we should be doing a lot better than we were doing under him, even though we had lots of players out injured, if that makes sense. But that's, by the way, I understand and I appreciate that from you. I see a disconnect between expectation for all a team next season and expectation for Pochettino by our fans. I haven't seen a lot of that. If I'm being honest, I have not seen a lot of that. I think when you see people talk about what we expect Pochettino to achieve, you see a lot of people tie that. They will still mention that if the club backs him. So a lot of people do realize that we have to make the right signings, or let me just use the term, the right additions this window, because how ready the youngsters we have on preseason with us, how ready they are means what signings we make. So the additions to the team will decide again. But let's see. If you understand my point there, for lack of a better way to get my point across. We need Brentford to win or else. To win or else we are not going to win a summer series. Oh, okay. I just want to see them do well. I just want to see the team perform well. But yeah, winning the summer series, a Premier League summer series, will be good. It will be fine. Brentford, who are they playing against again? I'm not following the entire game, so you let me know. Let's hope Chelsea doesn't get relegated. That's your name there. I want to know. I think I know who you are, given how you speak, but I just can't quite recall based on the fact that you've changed your display name. So it's difficult to figure out who you are. Really, it's unbelievable that a lot of you Chelsea bloggers, none of you has a video of a match Chelsea versus Fulham to show as it happened with the other test matches for us followers to watch. This is really. And how much do you think it will cost to get the right to show those matches? Yeah, since you're saying it's nonsense, I think that's what you're saying there. Can you explain how much do you think any of those bloggers make from the YouTube channel to be able to get the right to stream those matches live? No, we don't have the right to do that. So I'm sorry that you're disappointed that we cannot. If we finish fourth, we will say that's good season. We won't go after Poch. Yeah, I think we'll say that's good season, even sixth. But I think we'll do. Here's the thing. I've always said, I think we will leave it. I will leave it at this. I would just say, yeah, we would do better than a lot of people expect us to do. That's because we have a manager who has a good track record. With regards to getting the best out of youngsters, and we have a lot of youngsters who fits the profile of players. We've seen him perform. You could say achieve. You could say let me just say during his stay specifically at Tottenham and Southampton, he was able to perform wonders with young players, and we have young players that are better than those players that I just referenced. If that makes sense, I keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes do go a long way. And Chelsea till I die says Brentford versus Aston Villa. Okay. Aston Villa is a strong side in their play. You can see a master tactician. Brentford are playing against a team coached by a master tactician in Unai Emery. He doesn't have to play pretty. He finds a way to win games. But let's see how that one ends. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate you more importantly for the delicious contributions in the chat so far. Sicilian defense. I am concerned with the lack of experience in the squad. I have to be honest. I am concerned too. We do have experience. The only department I'd say we need experience is a midfield area. If we can get even Caicedo will be enough, honestly. Caicedo with a mix of other players, not minding how experienced they are, but Caicedo is experienced enough, especially in the Premier League. I think we'll be fine with it. But let's see. Be rest assured, brother. SD, let me just call it SD. We will bring in experienced players, but who I honestly do not know who that will be. And the Chimera top 4 is the expectation, in my opinion. Top 6 maximum. I think we will get there, but we'd have to be strategic at this transfer window, and that's why I'm expecting to see at least 3 more signings, and I see that happening. So let's address the next item. Remember, we are here for the Chelsea versus Fulham Premier League series match, and that will be played in a few hours from now. I haven't done the calculation to say how many hours from now, but it won't be long. But despite the way, let's see the next item we have lined up. We have to finish addressing the transfer items we have lined up before we get to that. There you go. So yeah, this guy here, we will have a poll up there asking the question that asks the question. Let's look at it. Why did Chelsea sign Leslie Ugochukwu? 34% thinks as an alternative to Moises Caicedo. 44% thinks just one for the future. 22% said a rotational option. Here's the thing: it's hard to tell right now because we've been told that the plan that the club and Mauricio Pochettino will decide. And to me, that translates to the club just finding a way to conduct the plan. The fact that, to me, he's an alternative to Moises Caicedo, that if we don't sign, if we end up walking away from the Moises Caicedo deal, then we will bring him in. In that case, he is the alternative. He can also be seen as maybe as a future or as one for the future. That is, if we get the Moises Caicedo deal over the line, then we'll send him out on loan to assist the club, Strasbourg, to continue developing there. So I'm not quite sure what happens, but we've been told that the manager, Mauricio Pochettino, and the club's hierarchy will look at him and then decide what they want to do with him. So let's see what else we have here. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. 71 likes, 29 more to get it to 100. Let's make it happen. Let's see what do we have here. I've taken care of that one. And this is Coach. What's your view on Lucas Hernandez? Do you think he would be good for us? How do you rate him? I don't know him, honestly. I'm not sure what player you're referencing, unfortunately. I have to be honest. I don't pretend I know players, the player in question, players that I don't know. Sterling needs to play better this season. I think his thing, I don't think Poch will risk, you can say, keeping him happy if he's not performing. He's one of the most experienced players right now at the club, and he should be leading, for example, and he hasn't done that. He's been awful, to say the least, honestly. For the money, he's he should be playing better. Unfortunately, he's at the stage of his career where you can argue, it's all about the money, security, the future. He doesn't enjoy football that much. He's earning quite a lot and will not be pushing for to leave the club, except if the Saudis come with a better option. I think he'd take it. He probably wouldn't care that much about his place in English national team. But that is just my opinion. I'm not too sure what to make of his situation right now. I hope he comes good. And let's see. I think Poch should add a domestic cup with a top four to have a good life at Chelsea moving forward. There's no telling what will happen. And Mitchie boy, nice to see you. I appreciate you. Like I told you, my in-laws will be back soon, and then I'll have the time to join your show during the day, because you stream usually during the times where I'm usually at home with my boys alone, and they're all kids. And at this stage, if you leave them alone, they do some damage before you know what's happening. But more importantly, people, if you're watching, take a second, click on the three dots to meet your boy's name, and go check out his YouTube channel from Sicilian Defense, Code Web. All of you, Chimera, go check out Meet Your Boy's YouTube channel. Be sure to subscribe and let him know I sent you. I think he will share the link to his channel in a bit. For me, Kepa being number one this season doesn't fill me with confidence at all. I cannot see a top four finish with him up between the sticks. Yes, Tim. Let's address this. I'm gonna make you on the way I see it. Do you really think that under any circumstance that Mauricio Pochettino, if asked about Kepa Arrizabalaga, would say, yeah, we're looking for another goalkeeper. Because we don't trust Kepa Arrizabalaga. Even if we are on the verge of signing a new goalkeeper, do you think he will say, yeah, we're looking for another goalkeeper? He said what I expect him to say. He said what I expected him to say as a manager. And it's only, managers will never say openly they don't want the goalkeeper when we haven't actually signed another goalkeeper. And even we've signed another goalkeeper, he still say, we'd like to play Arrizabalaga, but we'd like to have competition. And again, whoever proves to be the better goalkeeper starts for us. I don't think we will go into the season. Or let me just, to be on a safer side, I don't think we'd finish this season without signing a new goalkeeper. And be rest assured, if we decide again to go out there and get a new goalkeeper, it'd be a goalkeeper that's capable of standing over Kepa Arrizabalaga. It's as simple as that. And after all, as much as I think Kepa is a good goalkeeper, if it wasn't for his salary, we could have sold him in January. Yeah, but talks with, I think, Napoli, and then talks with also Lazio didn't yield much you can say favorable result for us because of his salary. That's how I see it. So I'm not really concerned. I think we'll sign a goalkeeper. When? I do not know. Keep dropping likes on the stream, people. The likes to go along with 76 likes and 24 more to get it to 100. Let's make it happen. Good people. What about goalkeeper? I think I just finished talking about that. And your first name, Kesrick Simpson. Let me just call you Simpson, bro. I appreciate you finding the time to join the show. Please keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes to go a long way, and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. Let's see. Yep, I've addressed that. This says we earn winning no title, at least not this season, but the Carabao Cup seems like something to aim for. Let's see what happens. Let's see this one here. I am enjoying all the Poch discussion and analyzing every detail closely. My expectations are high, but I cannot help being concerned about the recent development in the United and Liverpool squads. I'm not concerned. I get it. They've signed Højlund, but I think I think honestly, in my opinion, I think we've signed an equally good player, if not a better player in Nicolas Jackson. Honestly, Francis Winters, nice to see you. I appreciate you joining. Our game against Liverpool will undoubtedly shed light on many aspects and provide valuable insights to the club's hierarchy, to the fans, to the manager as well, because that's the real test. You could call it the acid test. Yeah, but let's see what happens. Big up to you too, Chelsea, all the way. I hope you're doing well. Keep smashing the like button, people. 81 likes, 19 more to get it to 100. Let's make it happen. And good morning to you too, Oladipo Meso. I just mentioned you a few minutes ago. I hope you're doing well. I know we have a project we're working in, and be rest assured, if you can always remind me, we'd get it done before the window, before the season starts. Yep, good morning to you too, brother. More importantly, let's see what else we have here. Staff at Chelsea don't see Kepa as number one goalkeeper going forward, according to Ben Jacobs. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. No matter how bad the situation is, Pochettino will not publicly say he doesn't like Kepa Arrizabalaga. That will be suicidal, really. Big up Mitchie Boy, more importantly. Let's see what we have here. Keep dropping the likes on the stream. The Valencia goalkeeper is being looked at for competition. What's his name again? You talk about Mamadashvili? Is that him? Is that the Valencia goalkeeper on who you mentioning? Chelsea are ready to submit a bid of 112 million pounds. Is it 12 million pounds or euros for Federico Valverde to test Madrid's resolve, according to Football London? Okay, let's see what happens. We can win a One Cup title and finish top four. Their performance is encouraging me, and I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful too, but we still need to make a signing or two here and there. When are Chelsea going to buy experienced players? Even Poch is moaning about no experienced players. I don't think he's complaining really, but you are entitled to your opinion. Let's see what else we have here. I hope we don't lose 5-0 to Liverpool, as Poch will be sacked at full time. I don't think that happens. And Lampard will be hired as an interim manager again. Yeah, thank you for that. Philip Moses, I like your name. Two names I like so much. With what we went through last season, I believe Chelsea will come good this season. Let's not expect too much, but top four finish. It's not a bad season. And then if we end up doing better than achieving something better than top four, then I'll take it. But I get where you're coming from. We shouldn't just depend on a 4-2-3-1 formation going forward. We should be able to use a 4-3-3, and I think he's capable of using a 4-2-2-2. I've seen that before, but I'm not worried about the approach. I think the manager knows what he's doing. That's just my what I think that the case is. Trashford Singoi. Okay, we are gonna get Moises Caicedo. I am a Trashford. Let me just call it Trashford. I appreciate you finding the time to join. Enjoy yourself. You're not home. Express yourself. Just keep it civil. That's all we ask of you. I couldn't spell it. Sorry, it's Georgie. I couldn't spell it either. Even to pronounce it, it's yeah. We've had fun here on the panel trying to pronounce his name correctly until we had Rodrigo on the panel, because he's very good at pronouncing names. Georgie Mamadashvili. I think that's the correct pronunciation. I think it would take time to get used to pronouncing that one correctly. Isa Kamara, nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. I appreciate you joining the show. I had Eddie when I was going to bring him on. He just left. Smash and destroy and subscribe if you are new here, people. I appreciate you all. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes still go a long way. Mezi, and that's Abdul Ghani Mezi says, we should think if things are turned bad for us, will our squad handle that pressure again for Poch? I think he will, but we need to be humbled a little bit, to learn from the situation. Is that what you're insinuating there? People are expecting unrealistically. I think we should, you can say, tone down, maybe, for lack of a better term, our expectations, not to expect too much. Then if we end up overachieving, fine. You don't want a situation where you expect too much, and then if we are underachieve, then yeah, you drop from you can say some height. Think I broke Roger last night, coach? You may have, because you guys just streamed more than 4 hours, and he was sounding sleepy. Plus, he sounded as if he was losing his voice. So I hope he's okay. Otherwise, he had to go out on loan and remain on your channel until he gets better. Hope Matson gets a good chance this season. Looks quality. I think the manager likes him. But let's see. There's still time. Let's see what happens. Phil Sims, big up to you too. Good to be here. I am not concerned with United signing. Yeah, Highland. From which again I respect. You think they signed him from which? I know that app you're mentioning. Correct me if that's not where you get some things for cheap. Wow. Again, I respect all recruitment for Leslie. Our future is bright. Honestly, I feel the same too. Sorry, coach, but back in a few minutes. Okay. Yeah, we all have priorities. The show will not grow legs and run away, by the way. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. Just 14 more likes to get it to 100. Let's make it happen. If Poch can win Premier League with this squad in 2 years, he will be a legend. I really want that to happen. So Tottenham will officially be close. Yeah, I think he wins something when I don't know. Let's teach Brighton a lesson. How? I do not know. I've got blood on my hands. That's you. Don't bring me to that. But yeah, Roger was sounding like he was already again. He'd already gone to bed, and your show is still on. Kachila, with the current squad, which players do you think will be loaned out? It's a difficult one, really. It's difficult to say. Especially when you're talking about the midfield department, because we've heard. I've seen what's his name, Fabrizio Romano's report us that said something to the effect of, yeah, we'd still sign more midfielder, but it all depends on how the preseason pans out. So it's difficult to say now, but for me, I'd say we need you can say a more defensively solid player, and of all the players we have now, the youngsters we have, you can say you can get that from Santos, but not Caicedo. Caicedo is also a good player. He's more of a register than he is a DM. But if we want a player who's more of a DM than he is a box-to-box midfielder, I'd say it's Santos for me. But it's difficult to say, really. I'm not too sure. As you can see, I'm waffling already. But it's up to the manager to decide. It depends on who you ask. If you want, let's say if left for me, I'd say give me Santos, really, and let Caicedo go out on loan one more time. But that is just me, really. Some people prefer him staying and Santos going out on loan. But if given what we're looking for, if we're looking for a player who'd be more defensive, who help protect the defense, I'd say Santos is the guy. Yep. If you like a player that would be more effective offensively, then Caicedo is the guy. For me, I think something we've lacked for a while now is one of the two. You can say pairing in the 266 department that you can say parents that have been able to protect the defense effectively. We haven't had that for a while, so that's why I'd pick Santos over Caicedo. Does it mean that Poch isn't pressuring the board about Caicedo or what? I mean, why signing players that will be loaned out at the end? I don't think he has to pressure them. I think they communicate every day, and as Poch has said also publicly, that they're working hard behind the scenes to bring in reinforcements, and I strongly believe that. The fact that we know we're well acquainted with the fact that we need to bring in reinforcement doesn't mean we should just go sign players for the sake of it. I trust them. Honestly, we have to believe in our recruitment team. I think they've done a good job so far, really, given the players we've signed. We didn't spend a billion to sign Nicolas Jackson, and we're already see how excited the fans are to see him play every time he comes onto the pitch. We need an elite goalkeeper, a solid defense and midfield. Pochettino has a chance to win the league, and I think we'll still make more signings. I think we'll sign at least 3 more players, in my opinion. You're doing a great job on this platform. I appreciate you saying that, brother Simpson. Thank you for saying that, and please do help us and tell others about the Chelsea Perspective community. Would really appreciate that. So yeah, this says that Chelsea have sealed the agreement as a signed 2004 talent Leslie Ugochukwu 20 on. The fee should be around 27 to 28 million pounds. Euros, so to speak. A fee agreed with Rennes. Medical tests already booked. London terms, a long-term deal already agreed. A loan to Strasbourg or saying at Chelsea decision. This is the part I want us to look at because the deal is done actually. Loan to Strasbourg or staying at Chelsea. Decision to be made soon. Also with Pochettino. So if you're in the chat, what do you think? I'm going to end the poll. What do you think happens? I think more people still thinks just one for the future. To me, I still see him as an alternative to Moises Caicedo, but that is just my opinion. There's a following report here which says Leslie Ugochukwu completed a medical in the UK as new Chelsea player. Deal to be signed on Sunday, which is today. Decision to be made very soon about potential loan to start Strasbourg or if we'll keep him. But if you watch him and see his statistics, you'd say, I think we're better off keeping him. But let's see what the club does. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes to go along with Kachila. Big up to you too. Great buy. For me, yeah, great buy. And I want to ask you the question, if you're in the chat, I think our recruitment team, from the sort of signings we're seeing of late, they deserve some respect, honestly. We need to applaud them for the sort of gems you can say, I don't know if it would be correct to use the term, they've snipped out, or they've plucked, or you can say, they've plucked from whatever clubs they were at before we signed them. This is a good signing. 6'3", brings us height. I don't know about physicality at this point. I'd have to take time to look at him even more, but he's a good signing overall, in my opinion. But JC, more importantly, nice to see you, brother, and much love to you. I love Chelsea. I'm true Chelsea fan. You're a Ugandan. I appreciate you, my Ugandan bro. Ugandan bro. And if you can, please do help us tell more Ugandans about the Chelsea Perspective family. So yeah, they can come and join us here and enjoy the show. So feel at home, enjoy yourself, express yourself, but more importantly, keep it civil. That's all we ask of you. Up the Charles, Metaphys Doom. Nice to see you. I appreciate you joining, brother. Jerry C says to ensure better integration, it's essential to invite individuals who are open to collaboration and teamwork rather than those who exhibit a tricky attitude. Chelsea Mitchell boy. Wow. And I think we're just accusing Turkey of something. Maybe the club felt like because it feels like he isn't ready, and then decides to go for Kudus. Because to me, I'd say the reason we stopped pushing to sign getting the Turkey deal over the line is probably because we prefer Kudus over Turkey. In my opinion, I don't get it. That report about the club having an issue with his attitude isn't something I appreciate. I don't think there's any measure of truth to that, in my opinion. What do you think of a mid-table of 3 of Leslie, Caicedo, and Enzo? Or okay, mid-table? Do you mean midfield? I'm sure you mean midfield there. Caicedo and Enzo, or Santos Caicedo. Either way, it's good for me. But let's see what the club intends to do with Leslie. We are prepared to have money, which means a team can put price up. Yeah, exactly. Perceived, so to speak. We're perceived to have money, which means again, and they've seen how much we made from a selling player, so they know we have quite a lot of money. So probably they're asking for premium if we go and ask for their player. Chelsea should sign Caicedo. We're working on it, and I think we'll get that deal over the line, in my opinion. Let's see what we have there. Yesterday, Pochettino's press conference was cancelled, And to my wife, the light time managed sleep on time. Yahoo! She beat you. She won. Yeah, she'd be happy. So how far? Any update for Chelsea side? Just stay there. Isa or Issa Kamara, sit back, relax, and yeah, we're coming with the updates, thick and fast, so you will not miss anything. We haven't discussed much. I think we've discussed this item here. This is still about Leslie Ugochukwu. We've talked about Levi Colwell changing his profile on Instagram to Chelsea to reflect the fact that he's a Chelsea player. But we're talking about Leslie Ugochukwu now. Let's see what else we have here. Hello to you too, Joe Isaac. I appreciate you finding the time to join the show. How are you doing? Appreciate you once more. Let's see anything else to address here. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people, and please let's try as much as you can to keep the topics aligned. Otherwise, I will be skipping your comments. Chelsea are not ready yet. Dixon Donald, we'll see. Issa Kamara, how far about Lukaku? Both will most definitely leave the club, and rumors are that Juve are pushing for a swap deal. They want us to get us to agree to a swap deal. Probably they get cash, player plus cash for Vlahovic, but chances are we don't need Vlahovic anymore. But that's just my opinion. I don't know what happens. Definitely, a structure is working very well since January. Not only for the buys, but the way we cash in on many players. Yep, players that I was concerned it wasn't going to be easy to sell them. They deserve credit. I am cool. I know we will be fine. They will dig players. I honestly, I'm cool, really. Ryan Winter, big up to you too. I appreciate you finding the time to join the show. Big up Kachila. There's a good there's a video of Ugochukwu playing against the big names of PSG, even against Neymar. Yep, on YouTube, mate. If you want a good example of him, I think he's a confident chap. He has a good experience. If we end up keeping him in the squad, I'd take it. Chelsea not tried signing young players, not tired. We're not signing them all to be part of the first team, but if you're good enough, you're good enough. Leslie Ugochukwu is similar to Zakaria. Don't see him blow up at Chelsea. Chelsea will end up selling him in the future. If that ends up being the case, fine. Chelsea needed signing experienced players. We will do that. The first good decision of the new structure was to find Batishile. Second one was firing Potter. Third one, signing hiring Pochettino. Fourth one, signing Nicolas Jackson, and more. You can say go. The list again is endless. Looks like Daisisi is leaving Monaco because Monaco are about to sign a Salisu for 17 million. He might be Chelsea's. It might be Chelsea, Newcastle, or United. But let's see what the club does. I am practicing pronouncing the name Ugochukwu, so I can confidently say it on the live show. Keep practicing. I think you'll find some. I think if you search on YouTube, chances are you'd see some tutorial on how to pronounce his name. How soon will Broya be back? I'm not too sure, really. I've not been following his. Should I say rehabilitation process? I believe Leslie will stay. He has the height Chelsea need at the middle. Yeah, and he's a good player. Olawale, I appreciate you joining, brother. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for finding the time to join the show. Give me a second here. All right, let's see what else we have lined up here. Anything else? And this is Alo Silva. We've been complaining that Chelsea should have signed Caicedo when he was only 5 million. Leslie is now gotten for 24 million. He's a promising all-action midfielder. He might be the best in a few years. And people are still complaining. Yeah, exactly. When Ugochukwu runs, opponents get squashed just like ants under the feet when Kachila goes for a walk. Wow. Do you think I'm big? I'm not big. Wow. I will applaud the board when I see an elite goalkeeper, an elite CB. If Chalobah is leaving, Caicedo and Kudus. Okay, wait for that time. He can be called Ugo. Yeah, for short. Yep, that's correct. That's from a Niger bro there. Who knows? Yeah, you can break the name. The name can be broken into 3 syllables. I think Ugochukwu. No, just two levels. And yeah, Ugo and Chiku. Let's see. Signing Potter over Pochettino was a blasphemy. If we had appointed Pochettino instead of Potter, we would be in good shape for the upcoming season. But yeah, lesson learned, and maybe that had to happen for them to learn from it, so that in the future we don't make costly mistakes. And I don't think they'll make such a mistake again. Signs are that they are learning their lessons. They signed Pochettino. They didn't offer him 1,000 years contract. They offered him 2+1. Well, what do you see there? Clearly, they've learned. If they, in 2 years, if he's doing good enough, then they trigger the extension and make it 3 years and take it from there. So they didn't become billionaires by being dumb. And I'm glad. And I'd rather keep owners also have owners who've learned, who've made mistakes, and have learned from their mistakes. And that way, we don't make such mistakes in the future again. If that makes sense. Let's see. Hi, coach. I'm back. Welcome back, Patrick Josh. I appreciate you finding the time to join. I hope you're doing well. Who did Chelsea sign? Leslie Ugochukwu from Rennes, a good player, a traditional DM, 6'3". I think 6'3". Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah, he's a good player overall. Let's see. Kachila YouTube is full of videos showing players left in the mall after they tried to go in with a rash challenge. The boy from Nigeria is a Goliath with good qualities, but I think he's chosen to represent France, although he hasn't played for the French national team, which means he could still switch his allegiance to the Nigerian national team. Can we stop talking of Potter and Lampard? Let's focus on the present and future. I think I agree with you. Let's move on, honestly. Closure. But it will take us doing well in the coming season to find closure, really. Let's see. I said it here then that Potter was not good enough and he was not in control of the boys. Hence, not sure he will last. Observing Potter, he brings confidence to Poch. He brings confidence to players and fans. Future is bright. Again, players will know when you're full of it and when you know what you're doing. Ugochukwu impressed me against PSG. It is the only full game of his that I've watched. I was trying to watch a PSG through. Okay, it just happens. He left an impression during the game. He's a good buy. I think I see it like that. Constantine Dante, always nice to see you, brother. Much love to you. I appreciate you finding the time to join. Chelsea is a club that I love so much. This season, we are going to be top in the EPL. We have young players. Issa Camara, thank you for still, again, confessing your love for the club. Thomas Bays, I appreciate you. I would have rather had Onana, but Ugo fits the profile for me. You ask Constantine Dante, he would tell you. I enjoy watching this show a lot. Thank you for saying that, Philip Moses. Much love to you. Kudos to you, bro. Much love. We all, the panelists and everybody in the community, appreciate that. Up to chest. Yep, that's what we had like to hear. Christopher Mayonde says, believe me, Chelsea is here. Again, got to the top team. Is almost already EPL. Just wait and watch Chelsea versus Fulham game tonight. We're there, and we'll soon get to the match preview in a bit. That Leslie guy is fast, big, physical. Bobby must be over the moon. Oh, yeah. You should hear us talk about him. And I think it was Constantine Dante that made sure Bobby had to speak about him. Bobby, but if we're being honest, I think we need that balance in the team, honestly. Cannot forget Potter and Lampard. That's not easy to forget. We need to win something, then it's a closure. Fulham beat them 2-0 last season. Wow. Okay, thank you for saying that. Well, Jackson and Nkunku alone can do it. We need a third option. You cannot do it. You're saying we need a third option. If we want to see the two players together and build that chemistry, it will go a long way. So let's see, Kachila. The stocks are in the market that Brighton were planning to replace Caicedo with Ugochukwu. We did one over them, and rumors are that they also won Kudus, and rumors are they won the Vert. We've verbally agreed personal terms with Mohamed Kudus, but it also means that replacing Caicedo becomes a bit difficult for them. Yeah, I actually hope we will keep Leslie if we don't buy another proper DM. I know you're on Bobby's team of finding a tall and physical midfielder. We have us one now, a traditional midfielder, DM, so to speak. So I'm going to go to AD. AD, I appreciate you joining the show. Cannot thank you enough for all the updates once more. So, Eddie, we've gotten the Ugochukwu deal over the line. As you can see, I'm sure you've seen the poll yourself. The question is, why did Chelsea sign Leslie Ugochukwu? 32% thinks as a Caicedo alternative. 43% says just one for the future. And 24% thinks he's will keep him as a rotational player. Here's what I think. I'm inclined to believe that he's a Caicedo alternative. We'll have him and we will not make any decision with regards to whether he stays or goes on loan to our sister channel until we see what happens with the Caicedo deal. If we walk away, then we'll keep him. After all, Caicedo, I think Brighton signed him at the age of 19, and Ugo is actually 19 right now. And the players we signed from French league, you can say, except for Bakayoko, they've always worked for us. And Ugo is a traditional DM. For me, Caicedo isn't a traditional DM. So even if we sign Caicedo, I'd say let's keep Ugo too, in my opinion, honestly. But unfortunately, there's a chance. We're not too sure. But I'm inclined to believe we'll end up keeping him and that he's an alternative to Moises Caicedo, maybe. So I'm not too sure. But what do you make of the signing of Leslie Ugochukwu there?
Big up, coach. Big up to all in the panel. Yeah, big up to everyone in the in the chat and all. You see, this one just came out of the blues. You see, this is one of the things that I think this is the new way Chelsea is going now. Nobody saw this coming. Nobody, because I never read of it.
You're saying we shouldn't feel like we're not working; that we're working behind the scenes. That it's just that they find a way to keep our transfer activities under wraps.
I think so now. I think apart from the Caicedo one that is there in the open, that is there. I don't know what exactly they are doing. So you keep reading reports. I mean, if this could just happen without not one outlet letting us know about it, none at all until this deal was done, So that's fair play to them. And I read about West Ham being interested heavily, Brighton wanting him as well, and some other big clubs wanting him as well. So we've done very, very well to move in quickly to get him over the line. He is a good, strong, powerful lad. For 19, for me, it doesn't look 19, His age is 19, but his physicality and his build is not 19. If we want to...
He's mature beyond his age.
Very, 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 very mature. So if we're talking about, then we see Chukwuemeka, huge. This guy is huge. You know what I mean? So for the age. So I don't know what way Chelsea is going to do. I mean, fans are saying we keep him. It's good. It's one for the future, one to keep. Well, that's exactly one thing we do not know what Chelsea will be doing. But one thing we should prepare our minds, we should just be ready for is just to make sure that these players develop for us. Because if we're comparing how Brighton got Caicedo and how it's turned out to be this player, I mean, we have to accept to let this boy make mistakes and to develop. If we really, really want this guy to stay with us, as a fan, if that's the unanimous decision or that's what we expect, I mean, we should also allow room for mistakes because it's only 19. So because we cannot really say we want to copy the model of Brighton and not ready to accept mistakes and to allow the lad to develop. So that's just one thing we need to be ready for.
What do you think happens now?
I'm not sure, to be honest. We're not sure.
You're in the same boat as me.
Not sure, just sure, to be honest. Not sure, but what
does it make sense to think maybe we'll sign him and we'll not decide his future until we find out whether we're able to sign Caicedo or not? I don't know. It's difficult to say really, but let me just quickly get. But does it make sense to think that's the case? It's believable.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think it's an alternative to for Caicedo. I think Caicedo happens or it doesn't happen. This one does not have a bearing on that. So it's just
isn't traditionally a DM, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I don't think this guy is just a different type of profile of player. And then they have a plan for him. Maybe they just brought him in just to at least push, just to show Brighton, we can actually move away from this deal. Like as we're hearing, Chelsea's going to go back with a final bid. So they must have seen, oh, Chelsea signing this player. If we do not accept now, they might just keep this player and then go to other targets and then build this guy. And that's them done with Caicedo. So I think that it might be a strategy from Chelsea's part to say, now we have a player that we feel can suit what we want to do. And if you do not accept our offer, then we leave it and then we move on to other targets. So there might be something to force Brighton, give them something to think about going forward to later this week, maybe when they go in for the last and probably what we hear, the final bid.
Yep, I agree with you. This says, Kachila, would you loan Leslie to Brighton for Caicedo? No, they'll top him up. Then there's a chance him coming back again will be an issue. So I don't want to risk it. I don't trust him anymore, and I have to be honest with you. Let's see what we have.
No, I don't want that. I don't want that either. I don't want that either. If he's gonna go, let him go to Strasbourg. We know he's just coming from the same league, which is not good for him, to be honest. Going back to where he's already had experience, maybe Chelsea might just look for a Premiership, another Premiership side, or Championship side that is top Championship side, or like a Burnley, something like a Burnley in the Premier League. Get him in there and let him have the feeling of the Premier League.
Loaning him to Brighton.
No, not at all.
I will. Yeah, let me see. I'll bring Bob in a bit. Let me catch up the scar in a memory of, I really do know until we progress, the wounds of horror will come back. So that's what we needed to find closure, really. Or you could say that's the definition of closure in terms of how we suffered last season. 100% better than Ogate. What a find. I think JC is excited about this one, really, and that's good to see. Let's see. From what I have read, the signing of Leslie has nothing to do with Caicedo. Maybe they will not tell you that, but I don't know. Let's see. Predict Johnson to score again today. I hope he does. He's been brilliant during this preseason. 4-1 Chelsea ends a debut goal. Okay, debut goal. Let's see. I don't think Ugochukwu will affect the Caicedo deal. A lot of people are saying that. Let's see what happens here. Could this deal close? What's us? We want to hear. Caicedo is still likely to move to Chelsea. That's how I still see it, really. Because the truth remains, if we're not getting positive signals from his camp or from Brighton, we would have walked away from that deal a long time ago. Ugochukwu signing is one of those kind of a surprise. I was saying we might be seeing from Chelsea more to come. Yeah, and Eddie have preached that for a while now. What's the situation so far for Kudus? Close to we have verbally agreed on personal terms with him. So the only thing that's left now, if we're to believe that, is to find an agreement with regards to the transfer fee. We should always allow mistakes. We players are afraid of mistakes. We players are afraid of mistakes. They will not improve and try different things. We should go fearlessly in the new season with nothing to lose attitude. That will actually get us a long way. You can say the underdog mentality, the nothing to lose mentality, and everything. The fact that we're underdogs, every other factor that I can't quite recall right now, but I think I have something because I want to make a video on that. Was Ugo the player Brighton wanted if Caicedo, if they sell Caicedo for us, Caicedo replacement, just to simplify that, we've been told that's the case. Yeah. I'm not too sure how happy that will make them. I think we'll still need him, even if we sign Caicedo. Sometimes the best experience is to keep him, see what he can, what he has. Can always send him to Strasbourg in January if need be. Yeah, you could argue that. So I'd say let's keep him. Chelsea are so lucky. Plus, look at them playing against the likes of Neymar and all that, and still did well. He played against those big names and did well. Had it been that he was an English boy or he's playing for an English club, he would have gone, for nothing less than 16 million pounds. I think I agree. He's more promising than Lavia. Good purchase. Taller. And I think taller, obviously taller, even bulkier if you want to use that language. Let's see what else we have here. Aaron Q. I haven't seen you in a while, Aaron. I hope you're doing well. As Q would say, Aaron. How are you doing, brother? I hope you're doing well. I haven't seen you in a while. We cannot loan him back to French league with a much worse team, Strasbourg, 15th. Yeah, and where did Rennes finish? I think they finished 4th. Where did they finish, Eddie?
I think they're in the Champions League. I think they made the
Yeah,
Champions League, if
exactly.
I'm not
So
mistaken. Yeah.
does it sound like we would sign him now and then loan him back to loan him to a team that finished 15th? I
No,
don't
that's what
think
I
he'd be
said.
happy.
I said that. Yeah, I said that before.
Okay,
It won't be good
you
for
did
him.
say that. Sorry, I wasn't
Yes, I
listening. Go
did.
ahead.
I said it won't be good for him going back to Strasbourg, going back to the league where he's played already, where he's had the experience. It'll be better for him to come to a Premier League side or like a Burnley or something like that if we're not keeping him. But I don't see why we shouldn't keep him. And one thing I want to quickly chip in is you say, if you listen to the innuendos and everything coming from fans now, from our opposition fans, nobody is saying anything bad about Chelsea anymore, about the model we are adopting, because one, Jackson has hit the ground running. The performance has been good so far preseason. I mean, if we've had a terrible preseason now, you will see all over the pages
And
of
we see
newspaper.
Mudryk coming into his own too.
Modric coming into his own, players gelling, coming. I mean, he's gelling faster than they expected. So now we're doing well, we're quieting them, and then they don't know what to expect. So there's this huge expectation coming from Chelsea now that actually is not as bad as we were thinking it's going to be for them, because they're actually working well. The team is gelling, they are putting everything together, and then I mean they're going to see more signings, and then that will quiet them completely.
Wow. And has Fabrizio joined the Ghana media? Leave our West African brothers alone. Much love to all of them. They're here pushing for us to sign Salisu too, like Nigerians were pushing for Chelsea to sign what's his name, to sign Victor Osimhen. But that's, by the way, Bobby. I'm gonna come to you, Bobby. I think you've heard, you've been listening to us. It makes sense now that I think he stays. Because just like Eddie did argue, and Eddie, sorry, I wasn't paying attention quite well because probably I was doing something on the other screen. He played there. He played a finish with Rennes, and Rennes finished first, which means they have Champions League football. He wouldn't be happy if we sign him and then loan him to Strasbourg that finished 15th. Yeah, and another argument from those in the chat, I think Eddie did say something to to that effect too, that even with Moises Caicedo, that we still need him because it's a different profile. Traditionally, Caicedo isn't a DM, but he is traditionally a DM, a defined DM, for lack of a better term. What do you think why do you think the club signed him? I think the option, I don't think we should even be considering him as an alternative to Moises Caicedo. And as we've heard a lot of people in the chat and in the media saying, no, signing him doesn't in any way, you can say, affect what happens with, again, our pursuit of Moises Caicedo, whether we walk away or continue pushing. But your thoughts, Bobby? I think we signed a gem here. We should keep him. But go ahead.
Yeah, Coach. It's funny, you're asking me a question and answering the question. Coach,
yep, I like to do tap-ins. I like to do tap-ins. Have you forgotten?
I think if you let me land, I think we will keep him. And the only, we don't want to get too carried away because he's a young lad. Poch needs to see him. I think our next game against Dortmund after this one is next weekend, is it not?
Yeah, after this one, the next one will be Dortmund. The last preseason
when is it?
game.
About 10 days' time.
Let me check for you. But go ahead. I'll find out for you.
Because the key to that will be for him to get on the plane, join the lads in America, train with them, and have a run out for that game. Why I think it makes sense to keep him is that he fits the physicality and all the qualities that we're missing. I don't think it has anything to do with Caicedo. Of course, the Chelsea trolls and
just quickly, Bobby, we play Dortmund on August 2nd, so in a few days, actually.
Okay, well, he can still get on the plane, train with the lads. He may not play, but just be with the lads and Pochettino have a look at him. As I was saying, the Chelsea trolls and shitstirrers are coming up with, Brighton, we're going for him. He's a Brighton target. That's BS. Did Brighton tell you he was their replacement? People come and spread these things because it's Chelsea. Let's stir the pot. It's nonsense. Nobody said he's a Brighton replacement. They may have wanted him like everybody else, and Chelsea got him first. If you listen to Fabrizio and Ben Jacobs and so on, they said this is no substitute or no snatching players from anybody. This is what Chelsea are doing now. They are scouting these youngsters. They're getting youngsters in. You know, if we were after haggling a striker with somebody, and then we brought in Jackson, then they'll put out the rumor. Oh, they got Jackson as a reply. I mean, it's just silly. They always want to scandalize this club, and it annoys me. I was on a space last night, and I went to battle with some dude there that could not bring anything out of his mouth about Chelsea that was positive. Anyway, I don't want to get upset, but yeah, I think he is a specialist per se, and we need that. So
thank you. That's the language I've been looking for since how many hours now? But go ahead.
Absolutely. So I would be surprised if he does go to Strasbourg. He doesn't fit into that need. Another thing a caller said, I've forgotten who it was that just spoke. He said something that was very, very profound. He said, look, this guy's 19. He's going to make some errors, and we need to let him develop. And boy, I'm so happy to hear that, because I will raise Chukwuemeka in that bracket. Now, Chukwuemeka, yeah, is an English lad, born and bred, but he has sort of Nigerian heritage. And I would have thought that people from that part of the world would have a little bit of emotion towards him. When this guy was made a few errors here and there, really minor errors, like against Liverpool, I think he should have passed and he didn't, or he fell over or something. The people that attacked him the most were these Nigerian people, from phoning him from outside the country and all that. I was so disappointed, because he was how old then? 18, I think he's 19 now. So he was younger, or just 19 or whatever. These are kids, and they will still make one or two errors here and there. Even Enzo, as mercurial and as much experienced as he is, he dropped a couple of clangers here and there last season. So, well, unsurprisingly, considering the players around him. But
and his age, more importantly.
Exactly. They still need to learn some stuff. There's nothing that teaches more. Experience teaches, yes, but age gives you maturity and gives you lessons that experience and in youth will never give you. And it's just because of time. Oh, at so and so time I did this, it didn't work, I'll never do it again. So we have to give this kid a little bit of slack. Obviously, if he goes there and he plays really foolishly, then time to go on loan, mate. But if in a game, he has one slip up here and there, I don't want these Chelsea trolls coming and attacking this kid like they did with Chukwuemeka. I remember on your platform, Coach, we used to defend this guy. People drop comments in the chat about
him. To remind them that he's still 19.
Exactly. I'm thinking, what are these guys on? So we've got to stop it. Even Modric, they started attacking. Oh, what a waste of money. Oh, I'm thinking, are you crazy? This kid's just come. He's come from a war-torn area, different country. He's not really settled into a team that's playing badly. I mean, what are you on? So please, we've got to give this kid a little bit of leverage. I think, from what I'm hearing, because I don't know anything about him, I think he fits the bill. He's certainly the player we need. I understand aerially he's very good, which we've been lacking, both in the defensive midfield area and in our offensive areas. Somebody I think pointed out, I don't know whether it's on this platform, when we had the likes of Ivanovic, Cahill, Zuma, not to mention Terry, even Lampard, and Ballack when he was around, and of course Drogba. We had people that were a threat aerially in corners, all set pieces, and we scored quite a few goals. Now we don't have that. So if he can come along and give us that little bit up top, I think he should stay. Another thing that's really
we don't have that such profile.
No, we don't.
So it makes sense to argue he stays. But go ahead.
Oh, for sure. However, final dibs is definitely with Pochettino, but I'll be surprised if Poch sends him away. I really will, because he fits that bill. Another player that we have been linked to, and I heard it before. It was said twice on this particular space via the chat, is Valverde. When I watched us play Real Madrid, particularly in the second leg at Stamford Bridge, when Valverde came on, the first thing that came to my mind is, wow, this geezer's in the wrong shirt. He looks and is a Chelsea player. Everything about him. He doesn't play like a Madrid player. He plays like a Chelsea player. And, fast break, he's on his toes, and he looks made for the English league. Boy, would it be fantastic if we are able to pull this one off. It'll be very difficult. But if we pull it off, honestly,
especially with regards to the price tag.
Yeah, I mean, if honestly, I would leave Caicedo and rely on Ugochukwu if it means getting Valverde. Honestly, because if money is the issue and that had to be a choice, I would make that choice. Now, people talking quickly back to Caicedo. People talking about, oh, we're going to put this final bid and walk away as if it's going to hurt Brighton. What they fail to understand is that Caicedo's Brighton stance is length of contract tax. So as long as he keeps turning up the performances, his price tag will not drop. Now, I don't think they will be stupid enough to say no to another reasonable bid just under 100 million. I don't think they will say no. However, if they do, it doesn't change anything as such, because if we don't pay for him, somebody else will. It was, an injury here and there during the season to one player here and there will make all these other big clubs, your Liverpools, your Arsenals, your Man Uniteds, your Cities, and then start looking at him because we've walked away. I was on a space again last night and somebody was saying this, oh, walk away. I said, mate, 100 million, don't pay it. I'm like, look, if we have to, I don't want us to, but if we really, really have to, and, I value the player and so does Chelsea. Oh, let's walk away, leave it. I said, okay. When the length of contract tax, as it were, was put on the head of Declan Rice, and West Ham was saying, oh, you can't get him unless you pay 100 million. And we walked away. What happened? Arsenal came along, dropped 105 million and took him away. So that's not necessarily a threat. It's not to a good player and to a player that's in demand. You don't pay, somebody else will. And Brighton know this. So I think it is best for us after 6 weeks to see this deal through. Walk away with the player. I also think 85 to 90 million is absolutely more than enough for say, look, okay, he can go, because his camp have asked them, look, lower this, let us go. And they know he's not happy. I think they still have somebody lined up. It's not Ugochukwu. I don't think it is. That he could have been on their radar.
I think we have to agree. It's a different profile of player, and Caicedo isn't traditional DM, and Ugochukwu of all the players we have within our ranks right now. Since we've signed him, he's completed the medical. He's the only traditional DM right now. So let me catch up with what we have in the chat, Bobby.
If I could just,
go ahead.
I've got 2 seconds. Just 2 seconds. Yeah, Ugochukwu is definitely, the profile that we need, and everybody wants him, and that's a good thing. That means he's worth it. So as far as Moises Caicedo is concerned, I think the next bid should do it. If it doesn't, I would hope that the directorate team, as well as the ownership, get together with Brighton and have a serious talk before they say, okay, we walk away. And they shouldn't use the word walk away. They should try and use terms like, okay, step back, which gives it open for them to come again. If they need to. I hope it doesn't come to that.
All right, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I think we'll still talk about him again, and it depends if anything emerges, but nothing new has emerged. The latest we've read is that we're still negotiating. And Ty, before I come to you with regards to what do you think, why you think we're signed to go and what happens, friends, this is Innocent reporting that Mohamed Kudus to Chelsea is close. They're just finalizing papers. And when asked how he got that information, he says friends to Kudus is Ghanaian, I'm guessing. So that's, by the way, is there another stream today? Yes, the watch along stream, pre-game show, watch along, halftime analysis, post-game analysis. That is, you can say 4 shows in one. So it's going to be a long one. It's probably 3 hours plus in total. It's not something that's strange to us here. It's true, a new player was signing for Chelsea. Yeah, Ajoke has signed. That's Leslie Ugochukwu. And the chances are Aya Wahid will be completed very soon. Sources from close friends could disclose. Okay, thank you for that. Chelsea need a Caicedo very urgently, and I believe we'll get that deal over the line. We'd love to see Nani Madueke against Fulham, Modric, Jackson. Okay, this lineup, we'll get into the predicted lineup soon. Chilwell, Kukurea, and all the names you mentioned there. Let's see. Is it true?
Coach, I'm really, really sorry, guys, but has Twitter changed its name?
Who? Yeah, Twitter has changed its name to X.
Oh, right. I've just seen this new symbol and okay. Right.
Yeah, I think he sent it to his main company's name. You could call it the parent company X. And I think good luck to him getting people to start calling it X. It would take a few years. It is true he is Caicedo's. Is it true? If it is true he is Caicedo's a supposed alternative as earmarked by the Zervi, then I think it's common sense for us to getting and use him as a bait for Caicedo acquisition. In what sense? Take him on loan. And Tommy Dial, more importantly, nice to see you, my bro. Much love to you. Chelsea for life. Yep, up the blue. Joke. Thank you for saying that. We need a real and devastating striker like Joba Caliber. I'm not actually concerned in the striker department or attacking department for us right now. I think the midfield area, goalkeeping department. Let's sign Caicedo at all costs for his experience, EPL experience, and the big engine in him that is a must-have for our review project to blend wonderfully with our new acquired megastars. To me, I think Caicedo will be one of our best signings at this window. That's how I see it. Most important signings. Chelsea should forget about Caicedo. Wow, some argument. Cheaper players always do well at Chelsea more than costly players. You could argue that. Expensive signings, they've struggled of late. In recent years, expensive signings haven't really worked for us. Bobby fans like those are the ones with no vision. Wow. Lukaku to Juve off. Yeah, I'm hearing that Lukaku himself is confirmed. So what happens next? I don't know. Maybe he goes to Saudi Arabia. Let's see. Rafael, brother Charlie Webster is better than Casade, Santos, and Penzu. Wow. Okay. Hi to you too, Lusula. I hope you're doing well. I appreciate you joining today. It's easy to see the inexperience in Chukwuemeka's biggest problem. If you're blind to that, I think you're watching. Here's the thing. The overall argument is that he's still young. Those mistakes are very common with young players, no matter how good you are. I think Brighton does not accept Chelsea's proposal. Caicedo will not cost 60 million. We've beat beyond that. Chuku has a problem in the box. Some 19-year-old lads are better. After all, which of the Chuku you're talking? Okay, yeah, so when you say Chuku, okay, Chukwuemeka, yeah, that's the abbreviation of his name, or his name for short, so to speak. What happens to Kani Chukwuemeka if Kudus comes? He will have to leave on loan, possibly. So let's see what happens. Katila, I think there's a lot of panic in the UK CFC forums in relation to Caicedo negotiations. I say offer reasonable term. If Brighton turn it down, it's time to work. Yeah, like Bobby said, we don't have to overall from what I understood from what Bobby said is we don't have to bend over for them because we want Caicedo. We should have gone up for Tijani, who instead of Caicedo. I don't know that player. AC Milan signed him for 20 euros. AC Milan making a lot of signings this window. They've also signed Samuel Chukwueze too. It could be that we are trying to make Leslie as a loan bait dealer to get Caicedo. I think they will tap him up if we do that. They're very good at that. Tamidayo, Oluwarokemi, nice to see you, my brother. I appreciate you joining. I think I've said hello to you before. Jabulani Zamalo. Zamalo, I haven't seen you for like 1,000 years. I hope everything is okay with you. But more importantly, I appreciate you joining, brother. Much love to you. Please let us know that you're fine. And by the way, we are at 131 likes. Let's get it for 200 and shoot for 300. We have a few transfer items. How many more? 1, 2, 3 to get through. Again, and then we'll get into the lineup prediction exercise. We still need to add Kudus over in both Caicedo and Leslie. Wow. Okay. Let's see. What else do we have here? Okay, Ty, coming to you. What do you make of the Leslie Ugochukwu signing? Why do you think we signed him? Do you think he stays, or do you think he goes out on loan? But the good thing is that Fabrizio reports that we will decide with Mauricio Pochettino whether to keep him or let him go. But I'd say, my opinion, I'm not going to, let me just let you speak, Ty. You have the floor.
Wow. It took Bobby to attack, not attack you, but to put you on the spot and say that you answer your question before you ask it.
But I did. That's why I was being reluctant to say my mind. But go ahead, Ty.
Yeah, I think he's for the future. I do think that there's still a possibility that he remains at the club. And like you said, Fabrizio Romano did say that the choice will be made, or the decision will be made with Pochettino. So well, I don't really know how that's really going to work, because preseason, or the preseason tour, whatever, ends very soon. So I'm not sure where he'll make that decision, if it's going to be based on training alone, or I don't know. It depends. It depends on what the situation will be, in terms of if even if it's possible for him to make an appearance in the next game, not this one. But I don't know. The possibility of that is really strong, depending on how things go in terms of him being allowed to train with the team, and any assessment can be done from that. But I think he's more of a player for the future as well. It's a good signing, and based on the attributes that I heard Bobby mention as well, and a lot of people have as well, in terms of his aerial ability, how physical he can be. That is that is something that I know in particular Bobby always cries for, and he always pleased that we sign players that are physical, and you can understand why, because when you look at teams like Man City, they do have players where if they're put under pressure, they don't go down easily, and you need players like that who are able to have that physical part of the game where they're not brought down easily, and they can progress the ball even under pressure or under excessive attacking by the opponents. I think in terms of that, he's a player that when you look on what he can offer in the future, he looks promising. It's a matter of what Pochettino will decide to do. I do think that you never know. There could be a possibility where he could go out on loan. Some people would probably say go allow him to go on loan to Brighton, and then use that as a way to get Caicedo, because in a sense it would be a quote unquote replacement for Caicedo until they can find themselves a permanent one. But obviously De Zerbi did say that he has somebody in mind. I don't know where people came up with the fact that maybe it's Leslie. I don't know. He didn't specify who it was. And I guess some people say that Win Stanley would have obviously knew about things like that, but I don't really buy that, because in a sense he left the club, and unless he has some insider inside the club saying that Brighton are going to be going for this play and whatever, it doesn't make sense. It's not logical. I think there's scouts out there. We do have scouts who were able to look all around the world in terms of Europe and other areas. So I think that we should give them credit for finding a young player, rather than to say that we've snatched up a player that was targeted by another club and we didn't do the work ourselves. But yeah, he's a good player. I do hope that we do give him that chance to stay, though, because even though we're saying go for Caicedo, and even though we're hearing about going for two midfielders, you still need somebody that can rotate, and also you need youth in the team as well, because we don't have a lot of competitions to play in, barring the FA Cup and Carabao Cup. But you do need that depth, and yes, you do need experience. But at the same time, you need to have players who can play and get minutes, while the key players, if you say that, are rested or rotated, so that they don't get fatigued. I don't know. That's just me, though. I think he's a player that you should give him a chance, and maybe he'll surprise you. He's young and he will make mistakes, like Bobby said, but I think he deserves a good chance in the team.
Yeah, he does deserve a good chance. Again, a player that helped Reims make it to Champions League, and it wouldn't make any sort of sense to loan him to
Sounds like
Strasbourg.
Mendy.
Sorry,
He sounds like Mendy.
he sounds like him. Is that what you're saying?
He sounds like Mendy, as in terms of what he did, because Mendy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Kachila, am I wrong in judgment? I noticed that most of Chukwuemeka's criticism are on his experience. Yeah, I think, but people without even knowing do that without knowing. So yeah, Kachila would loan Chelsea players to Brighton in the future. Nope, I wouldn't. But relationship do mend. You could say a relationship that go down south sometimes. Chances are we need something from them. We'll still find a way to get us talking again. It's as simple as that. You cannot say you won't deal with the team ever. No, in football, it can change like this. I'm quite sure even PSG, they've said publicly that they will never deal with us again. If we offer them the how much they're willing to sell him back, they'd be willing to talk to us. Then the question would be, wouldn't Mbappe want to come to us? But that's by the way, Temi Dio. Do like and subscribe to the channel, guys. And don't forget, we are also on Twitter, Chelsea Prospect. Yep, we are also on TikTok. We're getting to 10,000 followers on TikTok. We're also on Instagram, also in the new one called the Twitter alternative called Threads. Yeah, we're there. Invite people and let's grow the community together. Please, let's do that. Second update: Liverpool in talks to sign Mbappe on loan. I've seen that myself. Let's see if they're able to pull that one off. If Brighton doesn't sell Caicedo, it'd be a gamble. Another set of names may pop up and becomes the next big thing. And his value, or someone desperate could come in with more. You never know. You never know either. So that's the case. Penzo is the total opposite of what Pochettino demands. Guys, doesn't have intensity, pace, terrible defensively, doesn't care when defending. Okay. Let's see what else we have here. Sorry.
I think Raphael has a stigma against Enzo. I always see if we talk about it.
Okay. Maybe I should pay attention to the player we're talking about. This and Twitter. Slug it out with him. Glenn 10. I appreciate you joining, bro. I hope you're doing well. It is a painful for me. Yeah, okay. Enjoy yourself. Let's see what else we have here. Keep dropping the likes on the stream. Big up to you, Kachila. Big up to you, Zamalo, and the Blue family. I am from the kingdom of Eswatini, the peaceful sovereign state located between South Africa and Mozambique, where we are Chelsea all the way. I appreciate you. And please get more of your friends to come join the Chelsea Perspective community. Much love to you. You can have your readings and judgments, Raphael, but the hate is unnecessary. It's as simple as that. We don't do that here. And be careful what you say. Bromote Richard T Majestic says, I am happy we signed Ugochukwu, but I still want Chelsea to sign Caicedo as early as possible. Chances are, if we can, we'd sign him. Let me just put it like that. Here, Ty, I have shared the link to his channel, Chelsea Sessions. Please go check it out. Let's help him get to 1,000 subscribers as soon as possible. Yep, 87 away to 1,000 subscribers. When they Rafael, Balmorte, all of you in the chat, Supreme Quads, Lucilla, let's go help Ty get to 1,000 subscribers. Let's make that happen, people. Enzo has all the qualities. He moves the ball really fast, links up well, and is fantastic in breaking a press into attacks. Has excellent ball control, excellent vision, and reads the game very well. He's a winner, proven. After Caicedo saga, Chelsea should stop any business with Brighton. a scam club, that is not possible. That's never going to happen. Even though Madrid will feel like we scammed them for Hazard, which I don't blame us, they still come back to us for a player if we have a player good enough for them. Eric on ACA Nkansa, love your channel. I appreciate you saying that, brother. Please do subscribe. Tell others about the channel so they can come enjoy the fun with you too. And have fun with you here too. How am I? Okay, just again, keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. Don't fight each other. Enjoy yourselves here. Let's see the next item we have lined up. We are at 141 likes. Let's get it to 200 and shoot for 300. Let's see. I beg, who be Penzo? I don't know if I know. I for tell you, but my brother, I don't know. I have to be honest. I only know of Enzo Fernandez. I think it's good enough. I think they're just calling him Penzo. I think it's Enzo. They're just calling him Penzo for some reason. I don't know. If anybody's called Penzo, I do not know. Reports Caicedo will ask Brighton to lower his price. Lower to what exactly? I do not know. 100 million minus 5 million, 95 million. It's still they've lowered it if they do that, but I don't think we'll pay up to 90 for him, in my opinion. What time is the game, guys? The game should be around. I haven't done the calculation. It's the game is 11:45 AM PST, so I'm not sure. CET. What time zone is that, Glenton? You tell us. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes to go along. We appreciate you all finding the time to join the show. We are at 143 likes. Let's get it to 200 as soon as possible. Let's see what other item we have lined up. We have to round off with the transfer items as soon as possible and get into the lineup building next week. Says after completing Ugochukwu's deal with Rennes, Chelsea will focus again on negotiating for Eye. I've seen a report saying that our initial offer was rejected. Actually, I'm not sure whether to believe that or not. Talks will continue in the next days to agree terms with Montpellier and then loan Wahi to Strasbourg. I've heard that he didn't like that. But I'm not too sure what happened. Chelsea know there are two more clubs trying to convince Wahi. So maybe he'd prefer joining them because we're trying to loan him to Strasbourg. I think our general pressing structure can use some work, and the team need to press in synergy with the right timing to make the opposition uncomfortable in possession. And this is Kashmaya Experience. I appreciate your name. What time is Chelsea match? Like I've said here, for me, it is 11:45 a.m. And Tamidaya says 7:15 p.m. Niger time, which will be the same thing with UK time, Ghana time. But once it's Africa, I think it changes. I don't know them. But if you go to the Chelsea website and click through the link for the game, I think it will show you the accurate time zone depending on where you are. Big up to you too, DJ Sav. I appreciate you. I'm quite sure you're still on vacation. Kachila and everyone in the chat, people, remember to drop a like on the stream and also do subscribe to the channel if you haven't. The likes do go a long way. Let's see what else we have here. Chelsea now picking more interest in Valverde. If I think AD have told us that, but thank you, Aura Silva, for saying that. Laura Silva for saying that. If Chelsea can get him, bye-bye to the Caicedo deal. That may well happen. And AD, thank you so much for becoming a member. We appreciate that. Welcome to the members of the show. That will be kicking off at least one show per week very soon. AD, thank you so much. I cannot thank you enough for that. You don't really have to do that, but I wouldn't say no to that. I have to be honest with you. Do we really want Valverde? He's good. I don't know if we really want him, but chances are that's the case. But we don't know. Imagine a player asking the club to lower the prices so he can leave. This is absurd, indeed. Just tell them you want to leave. Simple. Yep. What are they going to do? Not let him play? I'm not too sure how they handle that. But if he had sent a transfer request, you could say that will make a whole lot of difference. But the issue remains that there's no buyout clause. So we have to pay them the asking price. That's how I say it. Now, we're back in the UK, and now my vacation is finished. Whoa, some fun you had there. But welcome back. Welcome back home. I see from there with you. But I appreciate you, DJ, always, again, even when you were on vacation, you still did find time to join us here. We really do appreciate that. Let's see what other item we'll have lined up here. We'll move on. I don't know if anybody on the panel wants to speak about El Yawahi. I don't know if there's any need for that. It's just a simple update there. But it looks like we want to sign him. I didn't even know that there were other clubs trying to convince him to. I think that makes it even more difficult for us to get that deal over the line, given the fact that he's we've learned that he doesn't want to be loaned out. If he wants, again, if we're serious about him, he wants to join us immediately once the deal is over the line. Let's find what else do we have lined up here. Let's go for it. Continues with Yawahi. Talks are progressing well on Chelsea signing Montpellier striker El Yawahi. So next item. Again, still El Yawahi. After completing the Gochukwa's deal with Reims, Chelsea will focus again on negotiating for El Yawahi. Talks will continue in the next days to agree terms with Montpellier and then loan Wahi to Strasbourg. Chelsea know there are two more clubs trying to compete. This is no different from the other items. Sorry about that. My bad. So this is the one. What can it? What we can? Yeah, this is the nitty gritty. As what's his name? The content creator to Eunice would say. But that's, by the way. Let me start with you, AD. The question I want to ask is this: do you think the lineup today gives us a clue of who starts against Liverpool once the season starts, or do you think he would still would want to use this as an opportunity to look at some players? So what do you think happens?
I don't think we'll be getting any clue from who starts against Liverpool because, like we know, Noni hasn't featured, and from all reports, he's fit again now, so you might want to see him. So there could be other players as well coming in, like Levi Cowell didn't play the last game, so I don't know if there is going to be any clue from the game for today about who starts on against Liverpool. But we start to see some kind of the likely players that will be together in the first team. We see them playing together more going forward now from today. So the likes of Nkunku and Jackson.
But not to the extent that we'll be able to say this is the lineup for sure that starts against Liverpool because there's still one more preseason game to go. But go ahead.
Exactly. There will be one more preseason game to go. So, and hopefully, if Noni starts today, he gets to play and he gets to see him again. He hasn't seen Noni play. So that will be an opportunity for him to see. And then the position where we play Cucurella, we don't know. He's going to shift him to midfield because we don't have Caicedo yet. We don't have somebody who plays there, so he might want to deploy Cucurella there. So we don't really know what is going to happen. Lewis Hall as well. We don't know how he's going to come into the team today. So there are many things still left open. I mean, nobody's going to say for sure this is the lineup that will start, other than some that we can guess. Say, because we've seen them playing together and then maybe what they've given so far. We could just second guess and say this might be the lineup going forward. But we wait and see. We might see some today and then maybe against Dortmund, we want to see more of what to expect against Liverpool after the Dortmund game, I think so. But depending on what happens in terms of injury and other things as well. So that's just my take.
Yeah, just quickly, an update from DJ here saying talks between Chelsea and Brighton for Moises Caicedo have collapsed and that Chelsea have left active talks to sign him. CFC, this hashtag there, and he's quoting at Spot Pete. I don't know who that is. I don't know whether to trust that source. Okay, let's see if that's the case. I still think we're in talks with Brighton, but that's just my opinion. Sorry?
That's heartbreaking. I can't believe
yeah, do you trust the source, Ty?
No, I don't. I can't believe DJ would share that.
Okay. So let's move on from that.
But one thing again we have to understand is reports that we've had and read about is that Brighton has not said to us that Caicedo is actually 100 million. If you see what's coming out from them, if it's anything to believe, they keep saying they rate him higher than Declan Rice. So if they're telling us they rate him more than Declan Rice, that means he's up of 100 million. It's not even 100 million. So that's exactly what is coming out from them. They've not told us you pay 100 million or you walk away. That's our the mark. No, they keep saying they rate him higher than Declan Rice. So if they are saying they rate him higher than Declan Rice, so that tells you they want over 100 million.
Yeah, I agree with you. I appreciate you saying that. And I'm going to try to scroll to the very bottom. We've changed topic, but I'm just going to humor people here. Spurs are one of the clubs trying to sign Ayawahi. I think Arsenal are too. But let's see what happens. How did I jump down there? Let me see where I'm. I think I read this one. Yep, this one here. Don't want Wahi at Chelsea. This one here. Let's see. Did I mix? Okay, I've read that. That was the last one I read. Nkunku, Ugochukwu, and Chukwuemeka. Commentators are going to have a hard time pronouncing their names tongue, trying to call their name after 3 combination passes. Yeah. Okay. They will figure it out. Nothing too difficult there. There's one prediction I will make here, and I show 99% will agree that it will come true. Enzo will be at CFC for longer time than Poch. Rafael, okay, you're having a conversation with him right there. Big up, Coach. The Blue. So again, big up to you too, brother. When and if Chelsea walk away from Caicedo, I do feel sorry for him and believe Brighton have exploited his situation and have no class. His agents should be sacked for that stupid move. They'd be, again, I'll sack them without looking back, actually. They shouldn't have allowed me put into paper for that particular for the new contract, in my opinion, if I were Moises Caicedo. While he is good, I think we need Kudus more. I think so too. Man City just lost to Atletico Madrid in a friendly, so that doesn't move me one bit. We have to beat Liverpool. We should treat these like a Champions League final. But let's see what happens on the day. Kim, so nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. Haven't seen you in a while. Finally, we got a CDM. That's a creative way to write that. And I think it sounds like paying attention to our situation and what we really need. It's maybe it's looking like we're going to keep him. That's just having a conversation there. Keep dropping the likes on the stream. People, the likes will go a long way. We don't need Caicedo, you think that, but let's see what happens. It's not up to me. Kachila, check your DM. Okay, I will look at it in a bit. Just give me a few seconds there. Let's see. Coach Chelsea did say 2 days ago that they will submit one more bid, and that's it. Born Brighton. Yeah, and they haven't submitted the bid, except if they have, and I didn't know. Rain, nice to see you, Rain. I hope you're doing well. If we are walking away from the Caicedo deal, that's very disappointing. Time and effort wasted. I wouldn't say that. Chances are we're still actually working again, ensuring we have again we're ready to sign the alternative if we walk away from Caicedo. Hi to you too. I hope you're doing well. Big ups to you too. Thanks for art. I appreciate you joining the show this morning. I don't want Enzo defending. It's irrelevant. Yeah, it's not really his stand. If we're being honest here, it's irrelevant. He does not possess Carvalho qualities. Napoleon once said he has a place in his army for everyone, even useless alcoholics, good generals, how to manage. Okay. Let's see what else we have here. What else do we have? I hope we stay clear from why he don't need those scandals following him here. I don't know he had scandals. I haven't read anything. Maybe I've not been paying attention. Wow, I'm not going to read that one really. I sent it because this person who tweeted it is fake. I just did not want people to believe it. Okay, thank you for explaining. Should have done a transfer request. Maybe he's just being respectful, but I still know his snaps. Whatever happens, even if he ends up staying at Brighton, I think he will snap. No player, according to Peter Pan, is bigger than Chelsea. If Caicedo is not signed, we are still Chelsea. That doesn't change, and the sky will still be blue. Thank you. Coach, I think we still need a career to sign Olise or Turkey, and for goals, sign Kudus as well. I think we'll sign a creator who I don't know. Ugochukwu is a Lavia 2.0. I think for me, from what I've seen, I think you could argue that he's better than Lavia. It's fake, brother. Okay, thank you for saying that. No more talks between Brighton and Chelsea for Caicedo, according to Football Insider. People will take it and run with it. talks between Chelsea, and that's the same one DJ have presented. Albert, thank you. I think we've addressed that. We should sign a left winger too. I don't think we'll be looking to sign any wingers right now. In my opinion, Temidayo Oluwarakemi, if we are talking from this Caicedo deal, if we are walking from this Caicedo's deal, then nothing stops these Leslie from staying with us. B, what do you think? I think the same too, honestly, bro. I'm not gonna lie. That may well be happen. Yeah, okay. Good generals know how to manage. I appreciate that. The only way Chelsea can make up for wasting all this time to sign Mbappe today. I have a cough. Chelsea should go for another midfielder. Chances are that may well end up happening. We don't know. Mudryk needs time. In my opinion, we cannot rely on him. I think we can rely on him. He's shown confidence and he's been good during the preseason. So yeah, let's get into it. Bobby, before we get into the lineup prop, I want to ask you, do you think we'll get a glimpse as to what players are starting against Liverpool? We'll get a clue as to, with regards to what lineup he puts out against Liverpool? Or do you think he'll still be trying out players today?
He'll still be trying out players today.
But not a lot. Or do you think a lot?
It's pre-season, and this is what he's supposed to do. He's going to be trying new formations. Some players in various positions, like he's done with Maatsen. There are not going to be many of those positional changes. And you won't be getting a stable 11 until, I don't even think you'll see that in a Dortmund game. You might see more of it, like if you noticed against Newcastle, some players played quite some time. I think a couple played 90 minutes. Caicedo played about 70-something minutes again, following the 90 minutes he played, is it against Brighton or Wrexham? So you see that sort of thing, maybe a bit more time for Nkunku. But there's no way he's going to be giving anybody clues about what's going to happen against Liverpool at this point. No, it's not going to. He's not going to do that, and he'll be stupid to do that, even if he was
too much of a risk, you think?
Not that he's not sure, and you don't give away your tactics. People don't understand. The Premier League is a league where the opposition study you. Already, you look at Twitter, some of these Man United fans and all that, they're already trying to study what Chelsea is about. You know, all these programs. I remember I used to have issues with one guy on that does a YouTube channel. Very popular guy. I love him to bits. But he always had this segment where, if Chelsea plays like this, and then he brings on people and they're dissecting Chelsea. I'm like, you fool! You're just giving the opposition what they need to know. Why do it? You know, if they want the homework, let them go and get the homework themselves. So why am I saying this? I'm saying right from the off, they're going to be trying to study Chelsea to see how they can overcome them. You know, the media pundits do it, commentators do it. You know, you watch Sky Sports, they can sit down and they'll be dissecting all the teams they hate the most for the teams they love the most. So, no, Pochettino is not going to start giving clues as to who's going to play against Liverpool. Not at this stage. Absolutely not.
Okay, let's see what others in the chat had to say about that before I go to Ty, and it says why he will be a good acquisition for the future. He's another version of Moani. Why he will be a cheaper alternative to both Moani and Mbappe. He will bring a lot in a few years. I think you may want to research the issues with his behavior. I actually do not want to talk about that. It's that sensitive that Glenn didn't want to say it publicly, but you may have to do a research by yourself and find out by yourself. Coach, with just 2 games left to experiment, it's a bit sad because we will not see much experimentation once a season starts. I do I hope we continue with the underdogs mentality. Exciting times ahead. Yeah, underdogs mentality will go a long way for us this season. I think that's why probably we end up achieving more than a lot of people think we'll achieve. Rain, I appreciate you, Rain. Always nice to see you. Let's see what else we have here. Alo Silver, about today's lineup, Gaga, Slonina, Nani should be given minutes. Let's see. I reckon Poch will continue experimenting. Not a problem. We need to find out which players to drop from the squad once the season starts. So I think it makes sense, but we'll get Ty's opinion too. According to the journalist Ben Jacobs, Chelsea have a genuine interest in signing 21-year-old French, and they are very close to agreeing on personal terms with the player. Are you talking about Elia Wahi? I'm concerned with what I'm hearing again with regards to his behavior. Let's see the beautiful game. Coach Bobby is right. I watch our rivals channels sometimes, and they have whole segments on Chelsea. Burn off a bunch of stalkers behaving like side chicks. I like that one. They are stalking us. Yep. I gotta say, bro, that even though I don't like you, the streams won't be the same without you. Even though I don't like you. Terry from the terrace. Let's see what else we have here. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes don't do go a long way. And for those of you that are watching, but for one reason or the other, not able to participate in the chat, would appreciate you if you can take a second to drop a like on the stream. The likes will go a long way. Any Kudus updates? Nothing new. Or isn't he missing from training to force a move? I don't think that's the case. But usually, when you start hearing such stories, and if there are interests, if clubs are vying for the signature of the player, you can tie that to his potential move away to his current club. That may well be the case because clubs don't tell the truth in such instances. But we've been told that we have a verbal agreement with regards to personal terms. So all we need to do now is to find common grounds with Ajax, and in terms of his valuation, I think you can say, well, yeah, we're getting that one over the line. But that's, by the way, let's see. I keep dropping the likes on the stream. Ty, I'm gonna come to you. Ty, you want to comment whether you think we're getting an idea with regards to what players will line up against Liverpool during our first game of the season. If you wanna contribute to that. If not, we'll move on. I'm waiting for you. Okay, it looks like Ty isn't there. So Bobby, let me start with you. Give us your back four. Okay, let's start with the goalkeeper.
Goalkeeper, what's the name? Cummings.
You don't think Kepa starts, or you just? No. This is not, again, we're trying to predict. But your preference will be Cummings, I'm guessing.
Mm-hmm.
But who do you think really starts?
Kepa.
Then we have to go with Kepa because this is a predicted lineup. We're trying to see what we think he does.
Okay, left back, I would prefer to have Hall, but I know he'll go Chilwell.
Okay, so let's go Chilwell there.
Centre backs, this is where it's interesting. I think Colwell starts. I would have put him with Bashir Humphreys, but I think he'll either go Colwell and Chalobah, more likely, or Colwell and Thiago. So Chalobah or Thiago. He might go Thiago if he's fit. Okay. Just to give him a run out. So Colwell, Thiago, and then on the right is Reece James.
Okay, let's get Eddie. Eddie, okay, the back line for you, Eddie. Do you agree?
Yes, I think the goalkeeper Kepa, yeah, and then left back. I think it'll be Ben Chilwell.
Okay, left back Chilwell. So, do you agree? The two centre backs. Do you agree?
Yeah, the two centre backs. We don't know what happened. What was wrong with the Colwell? It didn't feature the last game. So if he's all right, might be. And then Thiago Silva as well. So if they're both okay, then we might see both of them. Or he might not want to throw both of them together if he has anything to do with injury. But if it's not serious, if it's just kind of leaving them to manage minutes, I don't know. It could be Silva and Colwell. But if not, if Silva is not fit, it might be Chalobah and Colwell.
Okay, before we get into the 2-6s, let's see. But Silva, he's been fit. I think it's just because the manager trusts him and wants to take a look at the younger ones. Did we hear he's injured?
No, nothing. I didn't hear anything about injury for him, to be honest.
So probably because the manager trusts him and just would want to try out the younger one. So we'll decide whether we need a center back or not. That is just how I see it. Do you think that's the case, Eddie? Because he hasn't played much.
Yeah, he trusts him. I mean, he knows what to expect from him. So it's nothing new to learn from Thiago Silva. So I think he trusts him. If it's nothing to do with injury, then that tells us clearly that he trusts him. So he just need to manage him, you know.
I heard he had a little niggle. It's not a major thing. He did have a niggle against Newcastle. I want to change one of my back line. I think, based on what I think Pochettino will do, Reece James started against Newcastle. I don't think he starts this game because he's still coming back from his injury and it's just been a few days between the matches. So he'll probably start Malagusto with Reece James coming in the second half.
And Gusto, he surprised me. I didn't know he was that good defensively, honestly. Yeah, he's dealt with the likes of Mitoma and Isaac of Newcastle United. That shows how good he is defensively, really. But do you agree to that, Eddie? Right back, Gusto, given the reason Bobby just explained. Okay, it looks like Eddie himself isn't there either. But let me see what we have in the chat. Caicedo is more loyal to Chelsea than Havertz and Mount.
What are you talking?
Ty, I've been waiting for you. Ty, look at the lineup. Just give me a few seconds there, Ty. When I called upon you, I think you were not. You were out of your desk. Caicedo is more loyal to Chelsea than Havertz and Mount. I will love Chelsea to sign him. He refused to leave his options open, despite with being in the trenches. Yeah, I agree with you. And it could have, other clubs could have come in, and you could say other clubs probably heard and learned, or maybe learned that his preferred destination would be Chelsea Football Club. The beautiful game right there, trying to make sure I go to hell. Slonina won't play, in my opinion. Yeah, he's not playing. That's certain. We don't need scientists to tell us that. Again, by now, he probably ready to go out on loan to a Belgian club. Is there any chance that Chelsea might have gotten a hint they cannot sign Valverde, hence pulling out of the Caicedo deal? A hint that they can sign the T there is a mistake. Possibly, I'm not sure, but I don't believe we pulled out of the Caicedo deal. I still wanted to see Maatsen at left back. I don't think that happens from what we've seen so far under Mauricio Pochettino. Watching you live from Ghana, that is Michael Arthur. Kudus is my Ghanaian bro. I wish Kudus would play for Chelsea. Big up to you too, my West African brother. Yeah, I think that one may well happen. How sure am I? I'm not too sure. Bobby is correct. I know some Man U fans who spend more time on Chelsea Facebook page than they spend time with their. Wow. I'm not reading that one. I have a mate that would wet his trousers if we got Valverde. Wow.
That's true. These opposition fans, they spend more time on Chelsea and Chelsea spaces, following Chelsea, than they do their own club. It's extraordinary. It really is. It's bizarre, but they do.
Yeah, they do. Federico Valverde will sit well in our midfield, but I'm not too sure whether to believe that. I'm not sure whether to believe that report or not. Eric Asier and Nkansa Chilwell, Cole, Silva, Gusto, you're back for. Okay, let's see. Chelsea have entirely decided on targeting Brighton's Robert Sanchez as the goalkeeper to provide competition for Kepa Arrizabalaga. I'm just laughing, because we're still on one with them. We're not through with that one, and rumors are emerging that we're looking to sign their goalkeeper. Anyway, I'm just going to say good luck to us. Chelsea, I think I've read that one. Maybe you have that report twice there. Let's see, Simpson. I would love to see this back for today. Chilwell, Cowell, Chalobah, James, and the other name there. Brighton's Robert Francis Kepa. Is it then? Yeah, just say it. You might as well just say, yeah, we're stuck with Kepa Arrizabalaga. Chelsea have internally decided on targeting Brighton's Robert Francis as the goalkeeper to provide competition for Kepa Arrizabalaga. All I can say is good luck to us. Nope. Let's see. The fan base thinks all our players are crap. Is beyond me. They have abused Alonso and disrespected him. So as we sign Cucurella, I think Cucurella is a good player. I can say the deal is off. I don't believe that. Were you saying that Kepa starts out better than Brighton's defender? But our fan base thinks Kepa is worse. Yeah, we have to pay attention to the numbers too. And Derek Oyango, I cannot wait to see Cowell and Badiashile combination fire, you think? Let's see that happen. So Ty, the back four for you, if you're still there. Okay, we're gonna go for the 2-6s. Bobby, let's start you. The 2-6s there. What are y'all pairing? Who do you think he will pick, given what we've seen so far?
I think Cassidy played a lot in the last game. I have a feeling he's going to go Enzo and Gallagher.
You think it's going to be Enzo and Gallagher here? Okay.
Yeah, I think he'll do that.
Okay, let's see if AD agrees. AD, I'm listening.
Yeah, that midfield is the combination there is something that is difficult to get, but I think it will go Santos and maybe Gallagher.
Santos and Gallagher, which means we have to use the poll now to figure out who pairs Enzo. We will see a back three today, but not a 3-4-3. It will be 3-2-4-1. Okay.
Remember, coach, they're not going to play more than half of the game, so there will be substitutions.
But who do you think will start? You think will start with Gallagher and Enzo? Okay, we have a disagreement on the panel.
Yeah, but,
so,
you could start with Santos. That makes sense too. But I just have this feeling he's going to start Gallagher and Enzo. That's all I mean.
Okay, it will be 3-2-4-1 during attack, and one of the midfielders dropping back when needed to defend. One of them charged to be more disciplined, and the other having the independence to venture more forward. It may well be a hybrid approach, because that's just what you explained there. The lack of height in our team should be concerning. Bobby will like you so much. Maatsen looks to be a Swiss pocket knife, handy in all sorts of situations. That kid is a smart player, and I like him. And I think if he stays, he's one of the because of we've seen Pochettino deploy him in a more advanced role. I think that will end up that to me will translate to Cucurella staying and what's his name, Benchi was staying. Plus Maatsen staying, but being deployed, being used in a more advanced role, in my opinion. That's how I see it. But let's see what happens there. Didn't Gallagher play? I think he played when in total defense with ball in our half, or only then one of the right backs will fall back. So you're talking about a hybrid approach. Glenn, that's Chelsea Mitchell Boy saying hello to you and the beautiful game. Coach, it's not just a rival fans. If Chelsea didn't exist, a Fab and all the other juniors will have no work. We are the ones who are putting food on these lazy journalists' table. Wow, I think I agree, Coach. Preserve some energy for the live game later today. I think we will end early, and now I'm fine. I have lots of energy things, but I shouldn't be drinking too much of them. The 21-year-old French player Ben Jacob is talking about personal terms agreeing is Michael Olise. Some with Kudus. Chelsea will get one. Olise is a better playmaker, while Kudus is a better goal scorer. Okay. I think what's this? Martin O. He was able to effectively compare their numbers the last time we spoke. Chelsea can not qualify to Champions League next season with Jackson as the main striker. How can you replace Kaya, Oba, and Lukaku with Jackson? I'll let some people in the chat answer that question. Alfred, welcome.
How much games did Aubameyang play?
I hope you're doing well. Sorry, Ty.
How many games did Aubameyang play? How many games did all those players play?
Yeah, Martin is in the chat today. Martin, big up, nice to see you. I am at an event, so to speak, right now. Loving the squad building exercise. Love the new DM signing in. Smash the like button, guys. I appreciate you joining, bro. I hope you're doing well, Martin. Let's see, DJ. We will get both. I think Kudus and Olise. However, Palace have started new contract talks with Olise. Let's see if he puts pen to paper for a new long-term contract or whether he opts to leave. Santos should start. I know all I need to know about Connor. That's just you. Maybe the manager needs to see more. Sorry, forgot about the Caps. No worries. Chelsea Ultra. Did he delete your message? I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. Let's see what else we have here. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. The likes will go a long way. Can we not learn why he back to Rennes? Given what I'm learning about his behavior, I would say let's not even sign him. Good afternoon, everyone. Keep the blue flag flying high. Chelsea Ultra, nice to see you. Coach, it's unfair. You keep throwing rival fans comments to the chat pits and keep the tapping comments to yourself. Yeah, being a bit partial, right? Chelsea have internally decided on targeting Brighton's Robert Sanchez. I think we've addressed that. Goalkeeper to provide competition for Kepa Arrizabalaga. Still no contact with the players aside. Good luck to us again. Negotiating with Brighton. Question for the panel: Eze or Kudus? Eberic Eze, Kudus for me. That's just my opinion. Alfred, hold that time out. That was poor. Let's see. Brianna Yahayu, nice to see you. Litness is greatness. I appreciate you joining. Much love, aka 343 Dilemma, Vivella FC, Contender FC, and now Jackson FC. Are we still talking with Brighton? No, we haven't, and I don't want us to. Big up to you too, Keishon, my New York bro. I appreciate you joining. Please like and subscribe and get ready for more interactive show at Chelsea Perspective. YouTube channel. Your support will be greatly appreciated as we aim to bring you exciting and informative content soon. More and more content. Santos and Enzo for you. John Wab says, yes, we can qualify for Champions League. We are playing one game a week, so Jackson and Nkunku will be fine. I see it that way too. Big up New York, guys. Sanchez, here we go. What are you doing? You joking or what are you doing? Another Brighton player targeted. What is it with us? I don't know. Like I said before, if they have the product, we'd go back to them. It's as simple as that. I really like the signing of Ugochukwu. I would leave the ridiculous Caicedo deal. He is not the second coming of Jesus Christ. Wow. We know we are rebuilding. Caicedo is not a magic. Let's get there are talents out there. Kuchila, are you the panel? I'm not sure. I'm the panel in total because I didn't see the need of them. You can say
to be fair though, panel means that those who are talking are those who are communicating on the stream. So therefore you are part of the panel and you are the host of the panel. So at the end of the day, you are the panel.
Thank you for telling him. And Chelsea, all the way, he's not going to like that. He's going to fight me. Left back is still a big problem for us. I want Matson to play there for me. I think lack of height is probably the reason. Mauricio Pochettino is a bit reluctant to play him in that position. City is going some sort of rebuild. Don't be surprised if Jackson gets the golden boot this season. Okay, I'd be happy. God of Frogs, have I say hello to you? Did I jump? Big up to you. Much love to you, God of Frogs. I appreciate you joining. Please bring kudos for us if we can. I hope we sign him. Chidi, okay, I appreciate you. I know the meaning of both your first name and last name, so I appreciate that so much. Brighton must have given Chelsea some love portion or something. Wow, for you to say love potion sounds like you're an African, because it's something Africans are very familiar with. Let's see. Again, so we get price out of for the Brighton player we need, but go for one we don't need. In I don't think. Let's see what happens. Goalkeeper Sanchez. Here we go. I don't believe that. Kachila has trimmed his squad of panelists recently. Yep, we don't want crowd anymore. Once we get to 6, we'll stop admitting more panelists there. Hit the likes and subscribe. You will find a total peace and enlightenment. Thomas Bays, nice comment from you there, and I appreciate that. 161 likes. We're getting closer and closer to 200. Let's make it happen. Like I said, we should have just bought Brighton, and yeah, then it'd be easier. Yeah, Diego Costa, we need to sign him as a goalkeeper if we are signing one. I think he's my preference number. Let me say my number one choice. We should get Edmond Tapsoba. This Gohi talk is stupid. I'm not sure we're serious about that. Chelsea won Robert Sanchez to compete with Kepa, according to Nathan Geeson. I think we've addressed that. Diego Costa, my first choice too. Let's see, Marathon last night. Was he on the panel there? Let's see. We stole your panelist, Roger, last night. Coach, hope you don't mind.
Coach,
yeah.
The conundrum with a goalkeeper that I'm beginning to see is, I think Kepa has, is it 2 years, 3 years left? 2 years. And so I think for this season, he's definitely going to be in the mix. But next season, when he has a year left, then it's quite likely they'll kick him out if he doesn't go. But the conundrum we have is we need to be careful not to discourage Slonina. Now, the essence of Slonina going out on loan is to develop and to get game time. And if he performs well, he should always have the opportunity to be able to come and vie for the number one spot. So if we get a goalkeeper that's expensive and forces us to play him, then that's Slonina's chance gone. If we get a goalkeeper that, even if they're not expensive, but is too good for a long time, that's Slonina's chance gone. So we really need to get somebody who is probably at the tail end of his career. You know, like I was thinking, oh, why don't we go back for Ben Foster, the guy that was in goal for Wrexham? You know, he would make a very good challenge to Kepa, and he's old enough, I mean, he's at the end of his career, for him to be quite happy to perhaps step down next season. It's just a thought, because the goalkeeping situation is an issue for us, and we have to play it very, very clever because of the youngsters we have. You know, Cummings, you know, people are saying, oh, he's going on loan, but Cummings is proving he could be worth, you know, a shout in our number one position with time. At the very least, he could earn us some good money on a sale. Just so I'll throw that out there.
Yeah, I think so. But I think we'll be looking beyond Foster, and Dante will tell you probably too old for the project. We stole your panelist Roger last night.
Example, by the way.
Yeah, I know. I understand what you're saying. Coach, and I wouldn't mind if we can say let's get in him for until again for one season and take our time to find, you can say, more capable goalkeeper maybe. Roger last night, Coach. I hope you don't mind. No, I don't mind. He's on loan, but it looks like he's gotten himself injured on loan. I'm down to join weekend streams at Michi. Let's see what else we have here. I believe Chilwell inverted style of play hurts on Mudryk operating in this space and not looking to pass him. I think you can the way he applies himself on the pitch is created doesn't really work with when Modric is on the pitch. We need somebody to solve Mudryk. I think that will happen. If Kachila is the panel, then Kachila should answer all the questions raised. Go away, Chelsea, all the way. I get where your argument is coming from. Brighton goalie Sanchez, we are raiding Brighton, so we might have been better off paying for Brighton, buying Brighton as a club. Roger been loaned out, and he's injured on loan. They broke him. He's losing his voice. I hope he's okay. I'm gonna reach out to see how he's doing later on. Loaned to Strasbourg. No, loaned to.
Tell him to come. That we're missing him. Look at that. Even the chat, everybody. So Roger, you need to show yourself.
The fans,
I hope
he
it's,
needs to
but
come out with a
it's something.
statement.
I think Roger will probably be sleeping now. They were streaming. They streamed for like 20 hours, and he was losing his voice. I was saying, you guys should go and sleep, please. Ben Foster is terrible, much worse than Kepa. Wow. Broke him last night. You see, even he's admitting they broke him. Ben Foster. Let's see what else we have here. I would be delighted if Kuchila could join me as a special guest. As the host, I will strive to encourage Kuchila to share his opinion on important matters related to Chelsea. You think I wouldn't join? I will, as long as it's not at the time I get to sleep. I get to sleep during the day. Foster basically retired, Bobby. Bobby and all the panelists are also welcome to participate and contribute once your show starts on Trust Perspective. Ben Foster, better put the young kids in goal than him. I'd rather we do that. When is the Fulham match today?
That's all. I wasn't saying go for him per se.
Yeah, but that's why we're here to have a conversation. But they're letting you know how they feel about that. That suggestion. Coach has upgraded his scout department and recently has been reluctant to dish out big contracts to superstars like Roger.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's why he's giving the youngsters like me a chance.
Like Ty Chance and all that. Bobby, you can say they're still 18 and 80, the young stars on the panel right now. Chelsea have verbally agreed personal terms with the Ajax attacking midfielder Mohamed Kudus over a potential switch to Chelsea to Stamford Bridge, according to a reliable journalist, Rudy Galletti. I hope we'll get that one over the line. Is that recent news? It's recent, really. It's new, but it probably maybe recycled, because we've heard before the personal term wouldn't be an issue, but now more specific. Bobby must be working good. I'm not reading that. Go away. Abiodun Calvin, my Niger bro, appreciate you. Coach, tell that guy to stop eating or drinking while he's on the screen. I don't think that's the case. I think it's more of a feedback from his microphone. By 7:45 p.m. Niger time, UK time. But thank you. I think it has stopped. Let's see. Matson might end Sterling's Chelsea's career. If Sterling does not wake up, I don't see him waking up anyway. We just get one or two good moments in a season from him. And yeah, I expect him to be leading by example, but he hasn't been able to do that given his age. So Roger got injured on loan. Yeah, he got injured on loan at Mitchell Boy's YouTube channel. I told you, Coach, he's a liability. Who cares about Slonina? We are Chelsea. We strive for the best, but Slonina is good, but probably too young. That's what I think. Coach, morning to you to Chelsea Blue. It's annoying now. We keep buying keys here and there, but no one for the first team. Just and you say an optics. It looks like the first team is not a priority. That is just your opinion. This says, let's get Kudus. Kudus is gonna happen, I believe. Peter Pan. Jerry should know requirements of being on the panel differ from Shakespeare attributes. Being on panel can sometimes require one to be shouting. Just ask Roger. Yeah, he would tell you. West Ham still hold interest of Gallagher, according to Romano. Let's see if they'd be able to pay up to 50, which is what we're asking. And the blue tougher game, Coach, our divorce with Brighton isn't even at the decree absolute stage yet. And now we are being linked with them again. Chelsea need a marriage counselor, maybe, to figure out that the relationship hasn't really worked. We have to move on. If we aren't getting Caicedo, then we better get an experienced player for Poch. I think we will, but I think we'll get Caicedo deal over the line. Urban Dictionary, Bobby, is fire. Yep. Let's see what we have here. In other words, we keep tapping that Brighton. I'm not saying that. No. We ain't getting Kudus anymore, apparently due to his attitude at Chelsea. What? I'm confused, really. What time is Jerry's show? He's so confident for our season, so we can look for positive vibes. Yep, I think it starts August 1st or August 1st. August 1st or 4th. We're still working on it, Coach. We are at the point of the season where it's time for the first 11 to start playing together. Don't even know first 11 yet, but I think the manager probably knows. Roger is Trojan horse, sent by coach to tire Mitchell boy. Well, I think Roger enjoys discussing Chelsea, but that's, by the way, Ty. Do you agree with the back line and the goalkeeper? You go ahead. Are you there, Ty? Before I go to 80 to pick the 2 6s.
Honestly, I don't.
Okay, where do you have an issue there?
I have a personal bias with Chilwell, but it's okay. It's fine.
What do you think Mauricio Pochettino would do?
Yeah, if it was what Mauricio Pochettino would do, I think Chilwell starts. And considering he didn't start, he didn't start against Newcastle, so I think it's more likely that he's going to play Chilwell. But I have no other problem with the back line. I wish he didn't have to play Gallagher as a 6 because he's not a 6 and he's not that defensively solid as the 6. But it is what it is. Caicedo Caicedo is a player that I prefer to see in a more advanced position, but I guess Gallagher would have to work because I don't think Caicedo is really at the level that he needs to be for a player that's going to be playing as a 6. And Gallagher can at least win back the ball, but that's not the only thing he needs to be able to do as the 6. But I don't know. We need somebody else in that position, though. Really,
you to pay. Like you said, who you're talking about? Who pairs Enzo?
Yeah, because I don't know. I feel like Gallagher is a mismatch with Enzo. I think his profile limits Enzo, and you need somebody that will allow Enzo to advance a bit. But I don't know.
Yeah, I think we may end up using a poll in the chat to figure out, okay, who pairs Enzo Fernandez. But that's, by the way, I'm going to come to you, AD. The 2 6s, what do you think happens? I think you didn't speak then because Ty, I was interacting with those in the chat. AD, you there?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. I was trying to unmute you because I was okay. Go ahead, unmute yourself again. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I already spoke about it. That says Santos and maybe Gallagher.
Okay, and Bobby disagreed, and now Ty disagrees. So which means we have to use those in the chat.
I didn't agree. I suggested somebody else that I felt would be used by Coach. Not a disagreement, but I think whoever selects that has selected a good pairing, of course. But I'm just saying to start, because these players will play one half and then another lot will come in the next half. So I'm not against what was said at all.
I think, for me, in my opinion, I think the strongest 11 starts and then he makes a change. How do you think we can get the best out of Modric? I think beyond Chilwell, here's the thing, because he plays on the flanks and Chilwell and Cucurella also plays on the flanks too, we shouldn't expect too much from those. Sometimes if somebody again is on them, they won't see the space. I think the most important passes from Modric will come from the central area, diagonal passes, not vertical passes in most cases. It'd be difficult if we'll get teams that defend very well. It'd be difficult and press very well. It'd be difficult for the passes to come from the flanks, from you can say, should I call them defensive partners or the fullbacks? So I think Enzo also has to pay attention to his runs, and the 10s also have whoever plays in the 10 position have to also pay up. Whoever the man can plays in the 10th position has to pay attention to his runs too. I think the most important passes to Modric will come from the center area, not really the flanks. It depends on how the opposition play. But central areas will be key. Enzo has to pay attention. The 10 has to pay attention. And sometimes actually the fullback on the right-hand side has to also pay attention. It will be mostly diagonal passes. So sometimes straight, it depends on how he makes a run in behind the opposition defense. So not just those two players, actually, if we pay attention. But let's see how that gets solved. I don't believe that the Chilwell-Modric partnership is going to work, in my opinion. I don't expect too much from them in terms of being the ones to service him, because in most cases, it'd be practically impossible to get a vertical pass and that not be seen. So usually be where the opposition will be busy defending our fullbacks to ensure they don't get the ball to him. And then once the fullbacks get the ball to the central area, Modric will now make a run towards inwards sometimes, or sometimes just make a straight down run, and they'll find him with a diagonal pass. That is just my opinion, my analysis of that situation. If that makes sense. Why Enzo on the right? It can be on the left. It doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter, in my opinion. That's class of no. It depends. Really, it doesn't really matter, in my opinion. But I get what you're saying there. I have a strong intention to maintain a positive tone throughout the show, with data-driven approach. The level of positivity with will be influenced by the performance of our team moving forward. It'd be interesting to see how you can say the premiere of the show goes. Enzo and Santos for me. Okay, let's see. Modric and unfinished product. It's an unfinished product. I guess that's what you're trying to say. Chilwell is finished product to just replace Modric. Wow. And here's the link again once more to TyTalk's YouTube channel. Please go check it out. Be sure to subscribe. Let him know I sent you. Let's see what else we have here. Santos started every preseason game. You could say the manager probably knows what he wants to do with Santos now. And that's a chance today starts because he wants to see him even more. Supreme Colwell would definitely help. And yeah, he needs to develop. It would speed his development up if you have the right people around him. But like I said, I think I expect more of the services that goes for him to come from the central area, diagonal passes. Because if teams press us hard and get very close to the fullbacks, then they'd have no option than to release the ball to those in the central area. Then they will be the ones to find Modric. So it's not just about the fullbacks, but unfortunately, that's how we see it. Bongo drums back was Roger and Co trying to break Guinness World Record streaming. No, I think I was just exaggerating saying 22 hours, but it was a long stream yesterday on Mitchell Boy's channel. Go ahead, Bobby. You were saying something.
Then we have the rest of the team to do. We got to the 60s and stopped.
Yeah, so they should be able to pick him out when he makes the runs, and not just those fullbacks. So Eddie, I'm gonna come back to you. This three men here, who starts as a 10 and all. I'll just let you speak because we're getting the feedback from you when I speak.
The front. You mean the front three, yeah?
1, 2, 3. The three in behind the striker, 2 wingers, left wing, right wing, and a 10.
I think on the right, Meister Stalin.
We haven't completed. We said, and then okay.
Yeah, I'll put up a poll. Yeah, Eddie, can you mute, or maybe if you can change it to a better, because it's it doesn't help. Bobby, I'll use a poll to complete the 260 section. So I'll ask them. That's why I'll keep the panelists busy while I ask those in the chat who pairs Enzo. Who do you think? Who they think that Mauricio Pochettino will the 260s that he'd use? But unfortunately, whenever we use those in the chat, we end up getting opinions rather than what they think Pochettino would do. But Eddie, go ahead. I'll be listening to you. The 10, the right wing, and the left wing.
The right wing, I said, be Sterling. And the 10, say we might see Chukwuemeka. And the left side, say Modric.
All right, Modric here. All right. So Bobby, do you agree?
For me, the right wing starting might be Madueke because he's not had a run out yet. The 10, yeah, I can see Chukwuemeka starting because I would have my striker starting as Nkunku this time. And then the left wing, Modric has started quite a bit on the left. So, and poor old Ian Matson has started more or less every single game. I would either have Matson or, do you know what? I don't know whether he will think this way, but just to be different, I would try Lewis Hall there. And I think Pochettino could well do that. It's not just my desire. If he can do that with Matson, why not Hall?
All right, let's see. I think those in the chat will help us decide there who pairs Enzo. We're getting that one done. So you guys didn't agree on any of this. Bobby, you did not agree with AD of all the three there. You don't agree with them.
We got Mecca as the 10. I can see that because it's only starting. It doesn't mean you're playing the whole 90. It's only starting. The only reason Casadei's not there is that he's done nearly 90 minutes for 2 games, so he'll definitely come off the bench. And I think Jackson as a top striker, I know you haven't got there yet, I think he'll come off the bench because he's started quite a bit. So I can see Chukwuemeka playing there. We need to see a bit more of him there. The right wing, the only reason I said Madueke being in Pochettino's head is that the guy hasn't had a run out yet, and I think he's fit, so he's going to use him. He's got to use him at some point, so why not now?
169 likes, people. Let's get it to 200 as soon as possible. And what we're looking at here, those in the chat, 17 votes. I think that's enough because we have to put out another poll. Santos with 59%, Casadei 29%, 6% Gallagher, Hall 6%. So Santos wins. Let's see if that's what Pochettino does today. I think once the season starts proper, I think we'll be able to predict what Pochettino does. So Santos, it doesn't matter the position, but we just switch it around because some people think Enzo is better off staying on the left-hand side. But yeah, it's fluid anyway. I think Pochettino, from what I've seen, would want that the 2 6s to be fluid and not just one of them being static and the other being more adventurous. But let's see. I'm going to ask them who starts in the 10th position. But before I do that, Ty, you can come in. Do you agree with the 3 behind that? It's the left wing, right wing, 10. Do you agree with the selection there so far?
I would prefer if Sterling wasn't on the right, but I'm good with Mojic and Chukwuemeka as the left wing and the 10, or as the AM. But I don't know. Just Sterling's proven himself. I saw somebody say that, but I do feel like Sterling. Sterling. I don't know. I feel like he's one of those options that I think will struggle.
Nkunku, what are the other 10 options we have there? Gallagher still. All right, let's see who the people picks. So Ty, go ahead. Are you done? Or left wing, you said who?
Budrick, and I'm okay with Chukwuemeka in the middle. Some people probably want Nkunku to play, but I think there's an option up top. And that when you get to that, would you cross it?
Okay, let's see. That means we have to use the people in the chat. I think because he would want to. I think he would see a bit of consistency. I know whoever starts won't play 90 minutes. I still suspect there's a chance Matson starts again in the left wing position. I think there's a chance Nkunku, Chukwuemeka starts as a 10, if we're being honest here. But maybe he tried to see how Nkunku does when he starts with I think in the same game with Nicolas Jackson. It's difficult to say right now, but I'm going to ask, let me find out who they choose for the 10th position, and then we can move on. As we know, we take our time, analyze the situation, and come to a conclusion, sensible conclusion, saying we think a particular player would start or that Pochettino will select a particular player, then we end up seeing something different because it's pre-season. But go ahead, Bobby. Looks like you wanted to say something.
Yeah, I was saying that Nkunku and Jackson started against Newcastle. So I'm not sure he has that much left to learn about that pairing. I get it. They could probably do with a little bit more rehearsing together, because I very much suspect they're going to be the two to start against Liverpool. There are some players that will start against Liverpool. Kepa will be in goal. Cole will, and probably Thiago will be centre backs. The strikers will be one of either Nkunku or Jackson. So those are givens. But yeah, they need to be, yeah, of course, because that's what we've got. That's all we've got, really. But they need to perhaps have more rehearsal together. So I see value in what you're saying, that he might start them again.
Yeah, just to have a good idea whether it will work. Because once the season starts, we will not have the luxury to experiment even further. Fulham set to win the race to sign Callum Hudson. The rumors are they are only willing to pay £4 million, and we weren't willing to sell at that price. Maybe they've upped their bid. All I know is if Cucurella and Mudryk start in the team, then we're likely to lose. Cuckoo doesn't look to make a progressive passes, only backwards. Cucurella, for me, it's actually a better option to Ben Chilwell. Why do I say that? Maybe Chilwell is better defensively, but Cucurella finds passing lanes where you don't think one exists. Chilwell doesn't have that. Chilwell, again, in most cases, when he doesn't see, when again opposition players come too close to him, he and goes backwards, sideways. Really, I have to tell you that. Enzo doesn't really like passing it to the left. I haven't paid attention to that really, but good observation right there. If that's the case, Chelsea Ultra, Mudryk is most effective when Cucurella is not on the pitch. He ignores him so much that he makes him practically anonymous. Wow, some argument right there. The blue for game. Ashley Cole on that wing with Mudryk would have been a bang. Yeah, but we can't go back in time to change that. I am talking as far as Chilwell is occupying his space up front. When in terms of how he applies himself, when Chilwell goes forward, he makes Mudryk redundant. Practically, yeah. I think that makes sense because he's more effective on the flanks. Santos did not start the last game, and I'd argue the reason being that Pochettino have seen enough of him and wants to give other players that he'd like to know much about during during the preseason game. I don't think you're I don't like you, and I'm not reading that one. Oh my gosh, I'm dying here. I'm not reading that one. Go away, please. Because today is because today and Enzo started. Okay, let's see. We should play Hall in that position. Maybe he gets a start. I'm personally not sure about Colwell. He's given 2 pens away in preseason. Looks panicky. It's preseason. I don't judge players that much. I think he's been effective too. He will get you goals. That's the only difference. You can say something I take him for over Cucurella. People should blame midfields more before blaming defenders for not finding Mudryk. That's how I see it too.
Can I just say one thing about Colwell?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because there's been a lot of fuss and noise and gripe about Brighton and Colwell, and I think Brighton's behaviour has made it very difficult for them to get any Chelsea player on loan again, because they've completely abused the whole gentleman's agreement with that. But people forget, while they are singing Brighton's praises, they forget that Brighton kept Colwell on the bench right up until nearly the end of the season. It was only injury to some of their defenders that gave Colwell the opportunity to play. So let's not act as if Brighton were this sort of saving grace for Levi Colwell. They froze him out for a long time, such that Chelsea were getting concerned about sending him there on loan. Just thought I'll put that in there.
Yeah, and just quickly, it's preseason. Anybody starts. So Nkunku and Jackson, no, it doesn't. Anybody starts. It's preseason, and you've seen that yourself but we're still on it, and we're getting you involved. And people think, who plays at 10? Nkunku, they've chosen, so we'll bring in Nkunku here. And Nkunku may well not start in the 10th position, but we'll see. But the truth remains, he's not been effective. Even though I like him to play in the 10th position, because there's more to his game. You'll be wasting his talent if you play him as a number 9 in the number 9 position. He can be explosive. He's a good dribbler, finds solutions in tight spaces. I'd actually rather him play on the flanks or in the 10th position than play in the 9th position, even though he said, yeah, that's his preferred position. But it's pre-season, and it's an exercise where everybody gets to say their opinion, present their opinion. Madueke is coming back from injury, probably might not start. Coach, are you further growing the channel? I saw some new hosts in the evening the other day, and now Jerry will also Jerry will be on the panel soon with his own show. And if you have an idea, come, let's talk about it. You're welcome. But more importantly, we're looking for willing panelists for the sister channel. That one has been dormant to beat, except when I do YouTube Shorts. Wow, what a community, Kachila. How did you achieve this commitment on the panelists? I couldn't have done it alone, I have to be honest. But thank you for saying that. Sterling, left wing, and Nkunku, 10, Angela, right wing. For me, Sterling needs to prove himself. Let's see if he can do it on the left. But that's for you. We're talking about what do you think Pochettino would do. That's why it's called predicted lineup. When is Broya healthy to play? I'm not sure. I'm not following his recovery, or is it what's the term for it? Rehabilitation process. I'm not following that, so I'm not too sure. Nkunku Jackson partnership need to be refined. So maybe that's a more reason why we get to see them together again. Hall will 80% go out on loan, so I don't see him starting. Okay, let's see. Ziyech, yeah, he wouldn't even get close to the first team. I would prefer Sterling wasn't in the stadium, but unfortunately, he may well get a chance to start. Eddie for Blue.
Coach, do you think Angelo starts? Because he hasn't had a start yet.
It's a possibility because he didn't start the last game.
Or the one before.
Yeah, or the one before. So there's no telling what happens. But that's why it's difficult to predict the lineup because it's preseason. Chelsea goalkeeper coach Ben Roberts, who was previously at Brighton, has sung Robert Sanchez praises and is keen on a reunion. Brighton are open to all offers, including loans. Wow. I wouldn't suggest we go for a loan deal for any goalkeeper. If we're going to sign a goalkeeper, let's go all out. I think Pochettino should give, and this is Stephen. Is that Stephen? Barista Stephen? Spelled differently, maybe Stephen, maybe. I want to see more of what he can offer. But nice to see you, Barry Star. I hope you're doing well. Arsenal going for Raya to compete with Ramsdale, according to Romano. Okay. Sterling should not start. He has to get used to coming off the bench. Maybe that's what happens. Maybe he starts firing on all cylinders. You never know. Yeah, coach, he is a right. Enzo likes to play the ball to the right hand side more than the left hand side. So we should be blaming then if that's the case, then whenever he's on the pitch, you should be pointing him out as one of those reasons why Modric gets stuff off service. I am sponsored by Pochettino. We know. You don't need to tell us. Sorry, but Kukurea is an absolute constant liability defensively. Yeah, I know that. I can agree. It's an issue defensively. You don't need to say sorry. And offers nothing forward. Forward, he offers more in terms of his passing range. He's able to find passing lanes where one don't exist. Here's two things that you could say Chilwell has over him, or Chilwell's goal contributions, and also defensive ability. That is my opinion. Some fans will start blaming Modric's ineffectiveness to other players. I don't operate like that. I take my time to analyze situations. I want to go to heaven, and I'm not as bad as Jesse and the Blue Tuff again. Ryan Sanchez is now an upgrade on Kepa. Who is that goalkeeper coach? Sack him now. No, this club enjoy it. I am a human.
Poor Jersey, man. I get what he means, though. The way he articulates his sentences, it
Very
seems like
formal.
those AIs, those.
Very formal. He's not into using slangs. Oh, that's hilarious.
Poor
He was
Jerry.
injured at the start of his Brighton loan, Bobby. Let's see. Get Kepa out. Not even. Okay, that's your opinion there. You are a mix of Shakespeare and Eliot. Only ChatGPT can achieve that. Um, Look, I want to go to heaven, and you guys are not gonna get me to go to hell. Jersey, big up, much love. I think it's all love, and I know Jerry knows that. Damn, what? Okay, Chelsea must win tonight. I hope we win. I appreciate you. I just can't say your name. Wally Waldo, my bro, much love to you. Angelo over Starling. I think we use a poll for that one too. Angelo over ring job, Starling. Let's see. It's a compliment, Jerry. You are unbelievable. Yep. I think he knows it's all love, and that's how we operate here. No more deal loans with Brighton. Here's the thing: they are a club, and if they have the product we want, we'll go back to them. Starling has been so bad. More Chelsea. I expect him to be leading by example, and that has happened. The beautiful game, Coach. Can we please stop sponsoring Brighton? Just like and next one, they are taking half of. I know. I am not gonna lie. If I was a Caicedo, I'd be mad as hell with Brighton ownership. Yeah, you don't need to lie about that. Even if you say you will not be, we won't believe you. I think he will snap soon. Whatever the outcome is, if we end up walking away, he will snap. If we'll stay on and Brighton keeps doing what they're doing, at one point he snaps. He's a human being, just like he did the last time, and probably we'll see a much elaborate letter from him. You can say public letter, maybe, if there's anything like that. Starling has one season in him to prove that 350K a week wage bill. He doesn't need to prove anything. He enjoys the money. He's that sort of player because of how much he's earning per week. If you ask him, people have said a lot about your future. Do you have any response to that? You'd hear him say, I want to stay and fight for my place, which to me translates to I want to stay and continue earning money. Why after Robert Sanchez, Brighton's goalkeeper, why is this board after Brighton players? Todd Bowley should have bought Brighton, and that would have made the whole thing easier. Sanya Cyrus using Kukurea, you better play with one man down. I would love to see Hall starting in the left back position. Maybe if we're playing with a wing back, I'd like to see him down. But Hall is an excellent player, shoots the ball very well, has good passing range. I've seen him play in the wing back position, and he executed that role effectively because, the application is more like you can say a midfielder playing on the flanks. If we walk away, then it's on Brighton for losing 80 million upfront. I think I agree with you. Going back to Brighton is like one of those wow. Then I'm moving on from that one. I don't like that picture. Breaking news, Chelsea. After Brighton goalkeeper, now I hate the ownership. I don't hate them really. Coachella, the panel, Kepa, Sanchez, or Sanchez. I don't know Sanchez that well. I need to see him more to compare them. I'm not going to answer that one. Let's go to Martin. Martin, quickly before we continue with the lineup building exercise, because I have two polls to deal with: the left wing and right wing. I'll get those in the chat to contribute with the poll. But Martin, Kepa or Sanchez? I know if you know them that well, tell us which of them you'd rather Chelsea. Would you rather Chelsea keep Kepa, or would you rather we go for Robert Sanchez to be the starting choice for us? But you have the floor.
Yeah, I think the first point to note is we already have.
But big up to you. Pardon my bad manners. I hope you're doing well.
Yeah, big up everyone too. So the first thing to note is that we already have Kepa, so it's one of the necessary evils we have to deal with at this point in time. So, and then we are looking to improve on Kepa. So now Sanchez, whichever data you're going off or his previous form and all of that, I'm not sure he's an improvement on Kepa. He's maybe marginally better or marginally an improvement in certain aspects of his game, but I don't see the point of adding another wage bill that would need to get rid of, including Kepa, in a year's time or in 2 years' time or something down the line. So it's almost like an Aubameyang situation again. So, and given he's fallen out of favor at Brighton, if they don't see him as quality enough to keep their team going, then what's the point? Like, what's the point? We'll still have Kepa. So I'm not seeing much substance to that. And I just hope it's just a smoke screen, to be honest, because we should be looking at better for real.
More of it, because it wouldn't make sense for us to be going for two of their players at the same time. Getting one over the line is an issue, and I don't think they'd be happy actually to deal with us. That is just my opinion, really. Chelsea all the way saying the question was is specifically for me, but yeah, I'm getting. When you ask me, I get the whole panelists involved. When you ask the whole panelists, I answer and say, just go away because I don't like it. I'm just kidding, bro. Much love. But Eddie, Bobby, would you rather we get Robert Sanchez, or would you rather we keep playing Kepa between the sticks? Bobby, if you're still there. Ty, if you're there,
Sorry,
if you can
my
go ahead.
mute was Robert Sanchez.
Yeah.
There's some kind of permanency around that deal, which I don't think is wise. I made the point about Slonina being locked out, and I don't think we can afford to do that. After having had the experience with Courtois, I think potentially Slonina is going to be an excellent goalkeeper, and we have to. We're a very funny club. 1 minute we're talking about developing players. Next minute, because the development could take a little time, we're impatient and we're shutting them out. I'm not a fan of that. Having said that, I'm speaking against myself because I wanted us to go for Diogo Costa, and there's
He's a
permanency
better option
around
in
that
my
as well.
opinion.
It's a difficult one. It really is. It really is. Okay, the only get out of jail card for that is that if he's there for this season to challenge Kepa, next season Kepa hopefully won't be there, and Slonina can have a chance to start making his case if he's ready. If not, give him another season where he is. I'm pretty sure that by the second season he will be ready.
Yep, that may well be the case. Kachila, we've addressed that one. Ty, do you want to add to that, or should I just move on, Ty, if you're there? All right. And Wally Waldo, my bro here, says if I was Brighton, I would have taken 80 million and run and scouted in South America for another prospect. But probably they believe they can get more, or maybe they just want to keep him. They have European football, and maybe they've decided they're not going to be a selling club anymore. They want to be one of the big boys. And you could hear, I listened to Deserve. He's starting to complain. He's saying the team is worse off than how it was before he joined Brighton. So maybe they want to try to make him happy one way or the other. Breaking news, we're looking at Martinez from Aston Villa as our goalkeeper. Those are all the goalkeepers we've been linked with for a while. Martinez, Robert Sanchez, who is, I think there's one more Premier League goalkeeper too. Emiliano Martinez, one, Robert Sanchez, two. There's one more missing. One more goalkeeper that we have.
Raya.
David Raya. Yeah, thank you so much, Martin. We've always had him on the list. I prefer Angelo Matson as wingers. Modric, Madueke, Stalin. Don't use their brains. Just try to do useless dribbles. Wow. But more importantly, Logan, nice to see you. I hope you're doing well, Logan. Kuchila, let me put some tension here. Where are you expected at? When are you expected at the church? Don't trigger that. But I'm going to tell you, I'm confident. I think a lot of us wouldn't want to go today because, two of my sons, one of them, the birthday on the 29th, the other one on the 18th. So we had to, again, do the birthday party together yesterday. So it was stressful, and we still have a lot of visitors in the house. So probably won't be planning to go into church. I think he suggested it yesterday, and my sister-in-law was like, No. So it's not working for you. So just go away right now. Sanchez and it this time around. We need a result and nothing else. Sanya, Cyrus, nice to see you. I hope you're doing well. My question was for Kichila. I do the opposite of what you want because I don't like you. Much love, brother. Just the other way. I'd play Roger over Kepa. Roger isn't here. Roger probably recovering. Yesterday on Mitchell Boy's YouTube channel, he was sounding as if he was losing his voice. Imagine bringing in a goalkeeper. That's Robinson can be. I haven't seen you in a while, brother. I hope you're doing well. More importantly, please do let us know you're okay. Who cannot start? Bringing in a goalkeeper who cannot start at Brighton to compete to be Chelsea #1 standards. I have truly fallen.
There needs to be a score given there.
Sorry?
There's a reason why he's not playing. It's not because he's not good enough. He fell out with De Zerbi.
Oh, so yeah, probably have been pushing to leave. Maybe they don't like that. Why are we going for a keeper that doesn't even start for Brighton? But no matter how, the fact that he's not starting for them is an issue. Or maybe because we see an opportunity, the fact that he's not starting and he wants to leave, and probably they would want to move him on. So that's probably, we see an opportunity there. So it now makes sense. So thank you for all the contributions there. He's not Brighton's #1 because he fell out with De Zerbi's tie has he's falling out with the hierarchy. So yeah, so maybe he's available. So Brighton, after all, won't be mad if we want him. But thank you for that. Only tap-ins are allowed. The moment you see Kepa in goal, just bet goal. But thank you for saying that, Cyrus. Sanchez had also been in argument with De Zerbi as well. That's why he also been dropped. So if he's problematic, do you think we'd want him? I don't know. Poch asking our goalkeeper, you better keep clean sheets or you're gone. Wow. Where did he emerge from? It's been so long that I can't even remember your name again, bro. Where did you go? Well, Ty, remind me his name again.
I don't remember his. Oh, I know sports wire, but oh gosh, I don't remember his name.
And he has his own Chelsea YouTube channel too. If you're
watching,
watching, please click to the right of his name. Click go to channel. If you want anything financial, plus he knows football overall. But he's into finances too. He will break it down for you and let you know whether we're in trouble with FFP or not. He's the guy for you, and he's a friend and a brother. Unfortunately, when you don't see someone for a long time, sometimes you forget their name. Oh my gosh. But apologies that I can't remember your name.
Yeah, that's the name.
What? Did you say it? Why didn't I pretend? I just call him Sportswire. What's VJ, right?
Yeah.
Did you say Ty?
Yeah,
VJ. Yeah, Ty said it. I would have just done a tapping on you, Ty. VJ, yeah, I haven't seen you in a while, bro. I hope everything you're all right. Please do let us know you're okay. It says if Broya gets seriously injured again, do you think we should consider selling him? No, those things happen. It's bad luck, maybe. Diogo, this time it's Diogo Costa, now Diego Costa. Prince CA, nice to see you. There's no such thing as too young. If you're good, you're good enough. Age ain't nothing but a number. Or if you've got the talent, then the right coach or manager will find the right way to use you. And Mauricio Pochettino himself did say that. The age doesn't matter as long as the player is good. I honestly think we messed up for not signing Onana. Not gonna lie, but Onana didn't want to come to us, and Inter didn't want to sell. They want to get Lukaku for pennies, but they want to sell Onana for premium. Does that make sense? I would walk away too because I hate people bending me over. Really, I don't even allow that to happen. When I'm dealing with people, when I sense you want to do that, I run away from you. Coach, fans are saying that some players are not ready to start consistently for us. Coach, you know, I always see the bright side. I supported Potter when he was here, but I cannot trust all the kids. I think we have experience, but we'll get more experienced players if that's what you want. Jefferson Mo, nice to see you. I appreciate you joining the community. Keep dropping the likes on the stream, people. And also, if you like what you're seeing, subscribe to the channel. And we're getting closer and closer to 15,000 subscribers. We're at 14,753. We'll get there as soon as possible. I request that the focus be on the quality and technical content, as well as the analysis we bring, rather than on my English. Yeah, there you go. And that sounds very formal too. I honestly don't want Sanchez. I'd rather we get Diogo Costa. He's my preference, really. Rain PYLs is finished with his opinions. The guy I have no idea about football. Wow. Despite English not being my first language, I am fully dedicated and confident in my ability to provide. Look, that's not that concern. You know, it's all love. You know quite that. It's all love. We all love here. They're just joking, and I'm sure you know that. Where is Potter nowadays? I don't know, and I don't care really. I hope he's enjoying his payoff. Jefferson, who is player 11, we will plug it in there. We're getting there, by the way. And Andy Jackson,
Coach,
we're not too sure. Yeah.
Coach, please send a message to Roger that we've cancelled his loan deal.
He shouldn't come.
This injury is just, it's not acceptable. On a key match day like this, no.
I'm sure he's gonna come. He would want to be part of the lineup during the watch along show. And
tell him, look at the uproar in the chat. What he's done to the chat by getting injured at a time like this.
Yeah, they don't like him. They're expecting the chairman of the Goalkeepers Union to be here. Would love to join the show. Share the link if possible. Okay, let me see how many people do we have. 1, 2. We usually like to keep it 6 at most, but I'll send the link to you in a bit. Let's see. We are Chelsea FC Crown Star Sound System. I like your name. One player, don't make or break us. We are a team. Walk away, don't overpay. I like that, really. Where is Potter nowadays? Has he started coaching? I want to move on from Potter, really, and I'm serious. What did Ty come down a bit? Please let me just catch up, bro. If this is just preseason, but Broya in striking position, I think we're good. Kishan says Onana wanted United. Mayon didn't want to come. Yeah, probably because of some reasons there. Okay, let's see. I am doing well, lads. Thanks for the love. We miss you, brother. Why are we helping Brighton buy their third choice goalkeeper? I don't understand. I'm not concerned. Yeah, I want to move on from Potter, really. Hello, you all. One love, Lucas Levi. I'm enjoying your analysis. Thank you so much for joining. And you're an OG here. Nice to see you. We should sign who before it's too late? No. We shouldn't. Was that why Tatai was laughing? I think so. Breaking news: Chelsea are attempting to negotiate a cash plus player deal to bring Kylian Mbappe to the English Premier League this summer. Duncan Castle, he may well have access to. There's a chance he have access to. He's American, right? Yeah. Duncan is American. There's a chance he have access to Todd Bowley and Co.
I'm sorry, but I had to laugh because I'm.
I just go away. All right, Bobby, you called and Roger answered. Roger, we're not happy. You went alone. You went skiing.
Oh, is he back on the bench?
Yeah, he's here on the bench. He went skiing, and it'd be interesting to see what the beautiful game has to see. And Jerry, but go ahead, Bobby.
Every last man, Jack, from the chat to the panel, have cancelled your loan deal. This injury is not acceptable on a key match day like this.
Do you know, honestly, I didn't know that you chaps were having a show so early. I thought it would start about now. That's why I looked on YouTube and I was so shocked. You'd been on it like 3 hours. Yeah. I only tuned in like 10 minutes ago and I hear my name being slagged off. I'm like, wow, this must be a brutal show. Good afternoon. Good morning, gentlemen.
We were looking for you, but
they were shouting for you.
Yeah, but you have to drop to the bench.
Yeah, for sure. Back up tea lady.
I completely understand, Kachila. I am very easygoing, and my intention was simply to emphasize the importance of focusing on the content I will bring. I think we trust you. I think everything you've seen in the chat, all love. In my own, as I did put it the first day I talked about, I said you were just way too formal. The Odyssey differences, some call you Shakespeare, and Jesse said you're a mixture of Shakespeare and who I can't remember. Let's see what else we have here. Todd Bowley has held talks with PSG owners. Wow. Like I said, Duncan Castle is American. He's reaching America. There's a chance he has access to Todd Bowley and knows what doing that. I am sure you would love Lukaku back in your place. But thank you for that, Santiago Munoz. I appreciate you saying that. Where is Adoy? I don't see him in preseason. Yeah, he was training separately, and rumors are that he's close to joining Fulham. We don't want him back there. He obviously doesn't want us. Why want him? A lot of wants there, but I'm not sure who wants to and who doesn't want to. Coach, there you go. Dish out a fine for turning up late. Lateness is greatness, maybe. I genuinely appreciate the support and love within the community, and we love you. You know that. So let's bring you in, Martin. You haven't spoken about the lineup. Then I'll go to Roger. We want to round off as soon as possible because we don't want Roger to be part of it. He's late. Really. But Martin, your thoughts on the lineup so far? Remember, we can't change anything here. The back line, I think we've used a poll to complete the pairing here for the 2-6s. We've used a poll now for the right hand side, and for the left, is it left wing? And yeah, majority 78% out of 59 votes. I think that's enough sample size. Mudryk for the left wing position. So you go ahead. We have the middle, the 10. And I think we've used also the poll for this 10. They picked Nkunku. So the right hand side is all that is left. So, but overall, your opinion on the lineup overall?
Yeah, it looks bang on. Gusto. I'm really looking forward to watching Gusto, play with Thiago and Silva and sorry, Cowell. On the right, I would like to see Angelo just one more time, with the full 11.
That's what you would like to see. What do you think?
Yes.
But go ahead, you tell us what you want to see. But what do you think Pochettino does?
What I think Pochettino will do is to play Matson there. I think he's beginning to realize that there's this, connection.
Yeah, Matson on the left.
Yes, on the right actually, between him and Jackson, and Matson, is done everything he's been asked to do, and he's been getting the GA as well. And there's a way he inverts, he comes in deep and forms part of the midfield. I think Poch might be looking to use him in
the
that
last
way.
time he played on the right, didn't he?
Yeah, he did, and then he came in central.
Oh, yeah, he played on the right. Sorry, yes.
Yeah, but his average position was around the right midfield area, which was still the area he got his assist from. So I think Poch looks to maybe use him that way and then free the flanks for Gusto to, go up and down as he chooses. So I think he might lean that way. Sterling is a good shout, a mature head, and would like to have the best version of Sterling to start the season. But I feel like Martin would edge him right now on the right wing.
Do you think Nani starts? I think probably will be cautious not to risk him.
With the knock,
Mhm.
I don't think he should even play it till maybe next week because he's had a bad injury record previously, and getting this knock now kind of scares everyone. So you'd like to let him calm down for a bit and just take it easy. He has the time and the support he needs to get back to full fitness and all. And the competition on that right wing is already as bad as it is. So there's Martin, there's Sterling. We still have Angelo as well, and then the other kid Morera. So I think Noni can win.
Oh, I did not even add his name to the option on the poll, but I think that's fine. I don't think people would have picked him anyway.
Yeah.
And I think probably he gets a chance to, because the manager would want to see him more because we're lacking in that department, in my opinion. But that's by the way. Roger, your turn. Do you agree with the lineup so far? And we can't change anything from the 10, maybe we can change something. But the vote, the poll is on there. The right wing, the left wing, we've used the poll. The 10, we've used the poll. The pairing for Enzo, we've used the poll. I think we didn't use the poll for any of the positions in the flat back four. But your opinion on the lineup?
Hello. Seriously, it's a good lineup with one or two exceptions.
So you don't feel like speaking French or Spanish today?
Okay. Seriously,
Go ahead, Roger.
Seriously, the lineup. I'm not sure if Santos will start. I'm not sure whether it's going to be Caicedo or perhaps it could be Santos. I don't know. How many minutes did Caicedo play? Against
I think he's
Newcastle?
played the most minutes of all the kids
Yeah.
in that central area, which may translate to the fact the manager wants to see him more. He isn't quite sure what to do with him at this point and wants to see him even more. But go ahead.
So what do you think? I don't know. Gallagher, there's no Gallagher there. I would have assumed that he may have a part in it, but can you bring me back on the screen again so I can have a look? Who did you have as the left back?
And we actually had to take a vote with Gallagher's name, and people picked left back is Chilwell.
Sure, Chilwell. Okay, I see. No Cucurella, I see. I think because of Matson's pass to Jackson in the previous game, it was just a beautifully weighted pass, sublime. I think that really impressed.
Would you mind if I add delicious?
Sexy. It was a bloody good pass. So I have a feeling. Listen, he's a left back by trade, and he's playing diametrically in the opposite position. I mean, diagonally, that's incredible.
So now he's played on the left, got 2 goals. Played on the right, got an assist.
Yeah, I mean, exceeded my expectations by far. So I wouldn't mind seeing him more instead of Sterling. Sterling come on, because I don't think he's earned the right to start from what I've seen. I mean, I don't think Sterling would have been able to technically make that pass to Jackson the last game.
Probably will try to dribble.
I'll run into crowd.
Yeah.
No, stumble over the ball first. Then no, seriously, I don't think I've ever seen a perfect weighted pass from Sterling like that. So Matson impresses me. He really does. He's been one of the, should we say, bright surprises. Welcome surprise.
I have to agree with you.
You know, this is a very important point, and a spillover from last season.
And you have to support Roger, don't you, Bob? You just go.
No,
ahead.
he is right. You know,
I'm kidding. I know. Go ahead.
This is a problem with Chilwell. I mean, Reece James, when he's on the right, you know he can pick a pass. Chilwell, not so much, and that's a deficiency in his game. A lot of these players that were hangovers from last season could not pick a forward pass. And apart from the one time from Cucurella, the pass to
that was beautiful.
Jackson,
that was a gorgeous ball.
It was beautiful, but we need to see more of that. Enzo did it for a while, you know.
One every 50 games isn't bad.
Sorry?
One every 50 games isn't bad.
Oh gosh.
For 62 million.
Yeah. I mean, you know, it's crazy. I mean, we should be seeing those sort of passes
on a daily
10,
basis.
15 times a game.
Yeah.
You know, if Chelsea are with players that can put passes through dangerously like that, then my goodness.
If you notice what Jackson did, he didn't even touch the ball. His first touch was the actual shot, I believe.
Yeah. He guided it.
Yeah. I would like to see Hall play instead of Chilwell, to be honest with you.
Me too. I said that, and
because guess where it's an issue. It's a defensive role.
Sure.
I get it. They do overlap, sometimes invert, given how Pochettino likes to approach the game. If he was a wing back role with a 3 at the back approach, I like to see Hall, because it's more, the application is more like the way he plays in the midfield area.
Sure, I get it, but you know what though? Listen, there are many players that have been traditionally in, with the exception of a keeper, of course, have been in a certain position and then have changed and have been solid in the new. We may see the next 10 years Hall playing left back. You don't know. But I get what you're saying, Coach. I really do.
It's a possibility because after all, he can beat defensively. I've seen him; he's solid. He shoots the ball more than Chilwell and Cucurella, and has a better passing range. It's a more intelligent player than those two. He's also a better dribbler than them both. He hardly opts for safer option like you see Cucurella.
Chilwell
you see Chilwell, especially going backwards or opting going sideways because. Coach. But if he wants to progress the ball, even if he has 3 players on him, he progresses the ball no matter how many
and he shields it. More importantly, he shields it very well.
And that's a tap in from you, right? That's my thing.
Onside though, onside.
VAR check complete.
But Roger overall so that we can catch up and bring in VJ. He's waiting.
Sorry, so I would like to see. I think it's pretty much spot on, but I would like to see Hall playing left back and Mudson playing right wing. That's what I would like, and I don't want this. And I don't want to see Reece play. I want to see Gusto play. I want to protect Reece. Actually, the same with Thiago, to be honest with you. I want to see him maybe come on for 20, 30 minutes. Listen,
the manager knows him already. We know what he's capable of doing. Let the kids play. Of course.
Yeah, and not just that. It's like all it needs is one freakish collision with someone to tear a muscle or dislocate something. It's like without him, we have zero leadership.
Let me ask you one more question before I catch up with the chat and bring in VJ there. Hopefully, VJ has time.
Sorry, VJ.
Sorry, Roger. Were you still saying? Were you saying something?
I was just saying.
No, don't worry. He's good. He's enjoying his meal. Actually, can't you see him there? So Roger, go ahead. You were still saying something, and I cut you off. Apologies.
No, it's okay. I like it in writing, please.
So Roger, here's what I want to say: is this? I've asked Bobby this question, and he thinks otherwise. Ty also thinks otherwise. Do you see the lineup we'll see today will be an indicator to what 11 starts against Liverpool? Even in the second half or in the first half, do you think we'll get any glimpse of what he does against Liverpool?
Yes. I think you're looking at that back 4. Reece starts instead of Gusto, assuming Reece is healthy, of course. I think that back 4 is probably what he's going to start with against Liverpool. Enzo, definitely. Santos, it all depends on how our acquisition transpire in the next couple of weeks. So that's a question mark. I think the front 3, I think that's pretty much spot on. However, it could be Madueke. It all depends on his hammy, doesn't it? Or it could be Maatsen. One doesn't know. If he impresses again today and produces either assists or just is a stellar person on the field, then he may be solidifying a position. But because of Sterling's bloody wages and the amount he costs, 47 million, I think that weighs heavily on the decision making, unfortunately. But I think it's spot on.
Yeah. And just quickly, one more, the most difficult question of the day. You see all the lineup. We have the number 11 there, the jersey. Let's use the number jersey because, the number 9. That's the most difficult question of the day. Who do you think?
It's obvious. Bettinelli.
Honestly, I thought that was Cummins. I give Cummins a shout.
Who starts there? Let me catch up and bring in VJ as soon as possible because he's a very busy guy. Who starts here, Roger? Let me help you. I know you will never figure that out.
Bettinelli, obviously. Of course, Jackson.
Oh my God. Let me just help you because you will never figure that out in the years, right? I'd take Mbappe for 1 year. Let's see if that happens.
Wise guy.
Mbappe alone would be great for us. If that can happen, Liverpool want him alone. We've heard also Mbappe and Nkunku came from PSG Academy. They will have a good link-up play. Maybe he decides to come to us because of Nkunku. Coach Poch has been instructed to not use Angelo again. The man will show his skills, and there will be riots amongst fans if they let him out. I think that may well happen. Lukaku confirms deal to Juve off. Then what happens next? Probably Saudi Arabia, the only option. Maatsen and Nkunku are similar. Breaking news, Roger just had an interview with AC Milan. We should just let him go.
Here we go.
Yeah, Roger is the woolly
Roger.
mammoth here. Go.
Give Roger needs to make a statement.
You need to, yeah, you better do, Roger. Otherwise, we'll sell you. Lukaku confirms it with you face off. Thank you for that again. Let's see what we have there. I think it's great that Jerry is formal. As a host, he can maintain a professional tone better than few hosts who are casual. That makes the show comic. Yeah.
Ouch.
Yeah, I get it. You're not talking about Coach, right? I mean, let's say HH can be comic, but he's a good analyst actually. But he's
Wait,
a bro, though.
H still makes videos.
I like HH really.
He still does.
That's his brand. It's that comic approach, but still making sense. But you had a dig at me if you don't know. Maybe not intentional, but that's how I read it. Coach, you put in Stalin in left wing, Paul, and he got 1 vote. You put him now in the right, and again he has 1 vote.
Wow, who was that?
Stalin.
Who was
People
that?
don't like him. People don't like him really. Angelo for the right. Let's see. It's that ED guy that said he would start him. Okay. Masson actually suffered at right winger, but his pass in best moments came when he was more central. Yeah, he was in a central position. Maybe he has the independence to drift inward. Really, you can play him almost anywhere, but I would keep him away from right wing. I would keep him away from the defense also. Wally Waldo, I've hyped Matson up for the past year. To be honest, I've always liked the kid. He's a good player. I'm back. Okay, welcome back. Nice to see you back here. Let's see what else do we have here. Anything else to address? Unfortunately, I am Mbappe's level. Coach is being careful with his mix of youth and experience on the panel. Yeah, unfortunately, we need just under 23s on the panel. That midfield mentality helps. To be honest, I agree with you. Poch should start Martin. Let's see what he does today. Maybe have Roger with Jerry. That would be a great combination. Honestly, good chemistry too. Honestly, because Roger is very, very formal too. I know he likes good laughs every now and then, but I know he'd like that. I'd like to see Martin actually start at left back, but let's see what the club does. Let's see what we have there. Yep. I am already nervous for the Liverpool game. Now the problem seems to be more in our defense than our attack. We conceded soft goals against Brighton and Newcastle. Given the changes didn't help. Leslie Gochukwu is heading to the US to join up with the Chelsea team. Pochettino will assess them. That makes me happy, really. Thanks for and those
Forget about Caicedo.
Yeah. And those that have taken the time to subscribe to TyTalk's channel, I appreciate you all. And if you haven't, please go check it out. Let's help him get to 1,000 as soon as possible. Big up, Coach. Big up the panel. And big up to you too, Tony Tiger. Nice to see you.
I stepped out. What was that? Somebody did what?
You just want to tell us you were right. That
No, I don't. I actually stepped out. I wasn't.
You did really, but you said it. You said he's not. It doesn't look like he's going anywhere. That he's traveled to join the rest of the squad in the US.
Oh, that's Hugo Chukwu.
Yeah, Hugo Chukwu. Yeah, and you pronounced it
that's
correctly,
good
actually.
news, isn't it?
Yeah, it's good news. I want him to do that because he's a different profile. Caicedo isn't traditionally a DM, but he is.
This guy is physical. His physique is phenomenal.
He's played big games actually and done well. Ty is talking about Oddbally. I don't know who Oddbally is. Ty, go find the T and plug it in.
You know, right?
Yeah.
He could, if he's already gone to the States, he'll have a day or two training with the lads. He could get 20 minutes against Dortmund.
Yeah,
he could well get a run out, and that will be very encouraging if he does.
Wasn't he a Brighton target also?
He was, we're told.
They say, but they're trying to make it out as if we stole him from Brighton and it's rubbish. We scout these youngsters, and they are people that lots of teams want. I think West Ham are looking at him as well, and a couple of others. It's just that we stole the march and got him. This is how it is. look at Angelo. We did that deal quickly because I think was it Barcelona? Somebody was scouring around Angelo. This is what happens. It's got nothing to. It's not anything to do with Brighton. It's nothing to do with the Caicedo deal and the substitute for Caicedo. That's nonsense. He is a specialist. This kid, the kind of player we want physically. I hear technically is good. I hear he honed a lot of his skills by playing what's it called, football.
Futsal. That's
futsal,
indoor soccer and all that, indoor football. Yeah, Roger, you like that soccer.
That sort of thing. So technically, I'm told, I don't know, I've never even seen him kick a ball, but technically I'm told he's okay. And if he's got the physicality as well, plus he's good aerially, which we have missed both offensively and certainly defensively.
We lack
There's
it.
a place for him in the squad. Just like the only thing we discussed earlier, Roger, while you were out injured and the whole chat was up in arms. The only thing we discussed earlier was that, look, this guy's 19, and even if he's ripping up trees, there's going to be the odd moment that he will have, and the fan base should just get off this temptation to start attacking children.
Yeah,
they did it to Chukwuemeka. I remember that game against Liverpool where I think he slipped or something in the final third. And oh my goodness, the way they came after this child, I was furious. Sorry?
They lambasted him on.
It really was too much. And that was one of the rare occasions that coach really had my back and agreed with me against the chat.
Because as you say, I don't like you really, right?
No. Coach, Roger, all these people, they always like to give me a hard time.
Let's give VJ the floor now. VJ, just quickly, but Ty says Todd Boehly has held direct talks with PSG owner Nasser Al Khalifi over Kylian Mbappe, according to Duncan Castle. But let's bring you on, VJ. It's been a minute. I hope you're okay. We haven't heard from you for a while, and you haven't been producing content. I hope you're fine, first of all, brother.
Thank you, Coach, so much for having me in. I am really good, God's grace. I was actually moving to a different country now and trying to settle in, get on with the job and all that. So now that all of that is settled and Chelsea as well starting a new season, I thought, why not get back on the saddle? So I saw your channel today, and the growth of the channel has been amazing. Firstly, I love the number of
Thanks
people.
to all the amazing panelists we have on here and those in the chat too. Go ahead.
Absolutely. I mean, I remember we all started, I guess, together around 1.452K. We were all in as a panelist, and now we're 15K. That's absolutely amazing in the last 1 year. Phenomenal growth. I think that's the significance of your continuous commitment to the channel. Appreciate that, and thank you so much for having me.
I think since you're back, we push ourselves and we grow together, man.
Absolutely, brother.
So you've seen the lineup, and I hope you're following. Again, there's no way you'd live your life without Chelsea. I'm quite sure of that because I know you too well. So looking at the lineup now, do you agree? Anything you argue with? You don't see Pochettino doing against Fulham? It's a London derby in the US, by the way. We'll have to bear that in mind.
True that is, and let's not also forget that this would be our last Premier League opponent before we actually start off the season. So if at all we're trying to look for extending the game time of these youngsters, because we all saw what they can potentially do, right? But then can they do it over a period of time? All these trickeries, all these movement, and all that slick kind of movement, everything. We've all seen that over like a 30-minute or a 45-minute period. But I think this game would also be a significance where they extend that a bit to 70, 75, and we could possibly see a potential starting lineup, is what I believe, because the Borussia Dortmund game necessarily might not be, similar to that of a Premier League opponent. So I think this game is where we test out our starting lineup as well. That's my personal opinion as well.
So
And
just to be clear, you're saying he will most likely, if we're going to get any glimpse as to what lineup he will use against Liverpool, it will be this game because they are Premier League opponents, and we don't get you can say that Dortmund will not provide us with that opportunity. That you can say that Premier League test.
Right, exactly. That's where I was getting at. I was listening to all of your conversation, absolutely spot on with a lot of points. Bobby, as candid as always, and I'm hearing from Roger the first time, so kudos to the way
You
that
don't
he
like
spoke
him,
as well.
right?
Too early to say that, but yeah, I've been liking him until now. I'm not going to change my opinion otherwise.
Hashtag Roger out, coach.
Yeah, that's how we do it. Go ahead, VJ.
All right. So a couple of other other 2 points that would be significant in this game is that I'm not sure if you guys, obviously you guys would have noticed this in our Chelsea channel, our Chelsea website, that this was one article from Chilwell, who is also, let's say, expressing his interest to lead the team.
Yeah.
We also know
he's kicked off his campaign.
Right.
Let's put it like that. But go ahead.
We kind of also know that Reece James is already, in that conversation as well. Thiago Silva, as usual, is in that conversation. We've not yet announced our captain, but Pochettino is probably going to look at all these 3 candidates very closely in these games, how they lead, how they behave, how they do the in-game leadership and management as well. I think that's the significance why I would say Reece James and Chilwell would probably start, in this game. Reece, I know he played for 65 minutes in the previous game. Maybe he gets to start one more game just to see, just to give him that run of game. But I think there is a captaincy, conversation as well that's silently being focused by the manager. So that's another point that I'm looking forward to this game. And another one I wanted to actually ask you guys: any reason why Caicedo is not in along with Enzo?
Yeah,
am I missing?
Here's the thing. I think one of the panelists picked him, but here's how if we don't have a consensus opinion on the panel, we go to the those in the chat, and once he gets to the chat, you can say we get a result driven by personal preferences, not really what they believe the manager would do.
Fair enough. So it also tracks back to my earlier point where I mentioned that this could be a dry run towards our season. And that's probably the reason why I would start with Caicedo and not with Andre Santos. So Enzo and Caicedo.
So your preference would be Caicedo.
Yeah,
Caicedo.
Same here for me.
But here's my argument against that. If we're looking for a player who will be more defensively solid, to allow Enzo the independence to venture more, to be more adventurous on the pitch, to me, that choice isn't Caicedo, it is Santos.
I beg to differ.
That's my opinion.
Yeah, no, of course, and likewise. I just believe that Caicedo, he progresses.
And just quickly, Kepa is so bad, I will play Roger in goal at this rate.
No, a few more burritos and Big Macs, I could fill that goal, no problem.
But go ahead, Roger.
Sorry, JC.
I think we should go ahead with that argument. Why Santos or Caicedo? But Roger, go ahead. You're speaking now, and thank you for bringing that up, VJ. Roger, why do you say Caicedo over Santos? Because
his progression, the way he has expressed himself on the ball going forward. Yes,
but you understand my argument. If
no. It's valid.
Ahead.
It's valid, and I concede that. It's logical. I get it. But just from my angle, I believe he's slightly more advanced in the way he's progressing the ball. I think he has more physicality. Listen, Santos is not a knock, and this is not a knock on him. This is a beautiful and a wonderful problem to have. So I just think he has slightly better tools at this moment in time. That doesn't mean that Santos can't win the position or carry on with the position. I really believe that. As I said, it could go either way. But if I was picking, for what I've seen, a very small sampling rate from preseason, I grant you. But I saw him play for Italy also. And just like Santos for Brazil, they were men playing amongst boys, both of them. But I would
match off for their respective ages.
Yeah, exactly. But to me, Cassidy advances the ball better. His passing is excellent. Not that Santos isn't. This isn't a knock on anyone. It's just I perceive that to be more applicable right now.
Yep.
I think I would agree with the same
Martin,
as
can you
well.
come into that argument, Martin?
Yeah.
Just 1
So-
second, VJ.
So the first approach I will take on this is the profile, because Santos and Enzo are the only two midfielders that we trust to, work on the first phase of play. So both of them playing at the same time would mean there'll be a time in the second half where we'd need to take one of them off or both of them off, and then we are left with Cassidy and Gallagher. And we know if that's the pair, then we might struggle to pass out from the back. So on profile alone, and then on the coach's preference, I think Cassidy has played the most minutes so far. He keeps leaving him, even in the second half. Everyone's tired, everyone's passing out. Cassidy is fine. He just shifts him forward, plays Gallagher deeper.
I have an argument with regards to why he's played the more minutes than the other kids. Maybe the manager's just looking at him, but the manager, for me at this point, what I believe, knows what Santos is capable of doing, but wants to see Cassidy more. That is just my opinion.
No,
but go ahead with what you're saying.
That's a good analogy. Sorry.
Yeah, and that's fine. That's entirely fine. But from the training clips, I watched the full training. Both teams going back and forth, and some others that were posted. You can see that it's just Santos and Enzo. Getting the ball from the defense. Playing out from the back and just relieving the pressure. And I feel like them playing together, it negates, the way we expect the second half to go, I think. So that's how I'll look at it, just on the profile side. But on, personal preference, I think he still prefers Cassidy more than Santos still.
Bobby, your thoughts, the two. Who would you rather pair, Enzo? And Vijay, I have to thank you again for bringing up that. That's an important debate right here. Bobby, are you there? Maybe he's dozed up or struggling to unmute.
Another thing to add, since we're playing a double pivot, it's a situation where this assumption that we need to let Enzo free up and go ahead. I don't think it's applicable. I think both deeper defenders are going to remain in the halfway line most of the game, and then the fullbacks will go forward. So I feel like the way we play, even in the second half, even in when we've made changes, both our center mids, they don't really advance as forward as most people think. And as much as Enzo, we wouldn't like Enzo to play deeper. If he's the one playing, he's going to be the deepest midfielder there. He's going to dictate from deep. He's going to keep the ball moving. So that means Santos will have, less relevance in the way we play. So we are looking for someone to progress the ball more, which I feel Cassidy is better than Santos at this point in time.
But the argument has always been we need to free Enzo.
Yeah, but Santos is not sufficient enough to free Enzo yet.
How about Cassidy? Easy. He's not.
No, that's the thing. That means Enzo would always play deeper unless we get in maybe a more experienced DM or someone
or a traditional DM.
Yes, exactly. So unless that happens, if it was a Kovacic, it was a Loftus-Cheek, whoever you partner him with, he's still going to be the deepest one because he's better at them on the ball and in the first phase.
Yeah, Vijay, I'll come back to you. Bobby, your thoughts, the argument, Santos or Cassidy to pair Enzo.
Yeah, I mean, I was hearing you. I don't know what happened to my system. That's why I had to drop out and drop back in. Do you know what? I heard VJ and then I heard Roger and I looked at it. I said, yes.
Yeah,
you see,
he will never mention.
No,
chasing the mail, Bobby.
Okay. Yeah, I'll give you my address. First class stamps, please. I don't hang about.
A brown envelope, to be specific. But go ahead, Bobby.
We've just sent some young kid at the age of 19 to the United States to join the squad. Yeah. It's quite clear that the directors have seen some of the deficiencies in the squad. And even in the chat at the beginning of this space, people were saying, gosh, our lack of height is a problem. Look, Cassidy, I think, has really proved himself in that sixth position. He drops into the midfield, into the centre backs, positions, sometimes allowing some of the centre-backs, and I'm eyeing people like Levi Colwill, the opportunity of surprise by going forward a bit, and giving certainly the wing-backs an opportunity to go forward even higher than normal, because he's back with the defence. His physicality, he's technically good, he even has an eye for goal, kind of gives him the edge over Santos. Let's be real, I think it does. So I see the sense in playing either him and Enzo.
That's what you get when you have VJ on the panel. Sorry, Bobby, go ahead.
Or dare I say it, either him and Santos. But Enzo Santos is not a good idea. Do you know why? Do you know why I say this? I take you back even to 2017 when we won the league with Antonio Conte. Every time we played Fabregas and Kante, as good as that looked on paper and as tempting as it was to play, it was an absolute disaster. Every time we lacked physicality, whenever we lost games, it was when we started with those two, or when Matic was injured or suspended. Fortunately, that season, it wasn't often, but there were the odd games where Conte would start them and quickly in the game change things. He would, change it, either one on or one off, or move players around. Often, if a player had to come off, instead of Kante coming off because of his unique industry, it was always Fabregas. I think Enzo Santos is that sort of combination. It's not healthy for the Premier League. You can do it maybe in some, when we get back to Europe, maybe one or two Champions League games, depending on the opposition. But no, not for Liverpool, certainly not for Fulham with their midfielders. And I totally agree that six should be either Enzo and Casadei or Santos and Casadei.
Wow. Ty, you have anything to add to that before I go back to VJ?
Well, I didn't have the confidence to say what I wanted, and I just stuck with what I saw. I know it's not even Gallagher's not there, but yeah, that combination as well does have its downsides, especially for the reasons that Bobby just mentioned. When you look at the profile of a Santos, and obviously you look at the profile of an Enzo, who is classified as a Fabregas-esque player, you'd have some sort of disconnect, especially in that midfield. So yeah, Santos and Enzo would be a weaker duo to have in the Premier League for obvious reasons. Santos's strengths obviously do lie in his ability to progress the ball forward, but also when you look at the defensive side of the game, you do need somebody that can help to facilitate Enzo's forward passing, and also his ability to lose concentration as well. You do need to have somebody that is more attentive and somebody that is willing to win back the ball in quick succession. And Casadei is perhaps one of the easier options you can look at. So yes, that is the case. But I wish I had the confidence to see what I wanted to say earlier, because now there's more people coming on and saying it in a more comfortable way, so I feel more confident to say what I wanted, which is good.
Wow. I'm alone on this one. Okay.
Alone.
Can I just say?
Remember, Michael Jackson once said, "You are not alone, coach."
But I can support your point, coach. I can support your point.
No, you don't. You don't stand with me. You just pretend.
No, for real, because we are all assuming Santos, profile and all of that. But he's too young, and he can, be different.
Yeah,
He's scored goals.
Yeah,
he's scored goals in the past.
Because
so
he scored good. He scores quite a lot too, especially the South American under 20. I think he emerged the top scorer actually. But the difference is Casadei emerged the top scorer and an MVP in a world under 21. But Richie, you were going to say something so that I can go to VJ as quickly as possible so we can round off actually.
It's to do with Gallagher very briefly. I think if we don't see him participate today, I think that doesn't bode well for his future at Chelsea. Because why would you waste time on a player that you're going to sell?
I was going to do a tapping. I just want to let you go because JC is already accusing me in the chat. Coach has been an excellent tapping operation. Had it been onto the chat now, there will be handcuffs flying around. I know what he's referencing. I know he's been said a lot, but Jackson is so promising. Still cannot believe Jackson wasn't pursued more. Great job by our scouts. I think all the clubs were interested actually, but he just wanted us free, Roger. You should tell that to Mitchie Boy. He held him until he nearly lost his voice yesterday. He was sounding like he was already in bed and still participating in the show, actually. Caicedo starts if we don't have the left back, right back staying up, because if left back, right back stay up, we need Santos to drop in to the back four when needed. When left back, right back, stay back. Back. Caicedo starts. But that's by the way. Let me come to you. Unfortunately, those in the chat, I'm tired already. We should be taking a break so that we can actually get ready for the watch along, pre-game watch along, halftime show, post-game show, all together in one. So it's going to be as long as this one too. But VJ, let me let you finish your point. But we're still on it because you made an excellent point. We had to debate. But he was one of the options, but we had to use a poll to fill in that space there. But go ahead, VJ.
That was a lovely debate again. I think, like I said, I think I'd stay with Caicedo because if for me, someone needs to be at the back with our, wing backs moving forward. I need someone who is very confident on the ball, and Caicedo would be my option there. And on the front three as well, I'm really struggling hard to fit in Maatsen somehow there with the way that he's performed and his potential as well. But the problem is
just
his
quickly,
experience.
Roger, keep paying attention to the highlights. Go ahead, VJ.
Yeah, what I was saying is his experience on the right side is a bit, on the downside, which allows me now to prefer Angelo. But I still think, Maatsen is going to come up in the second half, and Gallagher as well. I'd still not give up on Gallagher this early in the season. Maybe, just maybe, if Pochettino wants Gallagher to play that role of someone who would, come in and not exactly control the game as that what you would expect from a Jorginho, but someone who could win the ball at higher areas on the pitch when you're defending against a lead. I think Gallagher could fit in that option. So maybe after 75, you could see Gallagher put in and he trying to win the ball at the higher areas of the pitch. That's something that Gallagher, can do very well. So I believe the front three that you've put in is spot on. Mudryk, Nkunku, and Angelo, but maybe at some point we see Gallagher as well as Maatsen coming in. Jackson, no arguments there.
No, that's the most difficult position to select, right? And let me just say quickly to you, you just joined the gang without knowing. You joined the gang of Bobby and Roger for saying how important, for even having the gut to mention the importance of Gallagher. Roger knows I'm saying the truth there.
Welcome, sir. Welcome.
You see that? Yes,
Pleasure.
telling you welcome already. Dan Waters says Santos is a better partner for Enzo. So finally, I have somebody who I know some of you on the panel gets my argument, but have all the reasons for suggesting it be Caicedo. If the plan is really to allow Enzo the independence to be more adventurous on the pitch, then the guy there that will be more defensively solid and be able to drop deep, join the center backs and all that, and you will see him do that. That's the way he operates on the pitch. Then it's Santos, in my opinion.
You're right.
He thinks Santos is the correct one. I think we're about to round up, but I just want to appreciate Dan Waters for the donations here. Unfortunately, we have to take a break and go get ready for the marathon coming up soon in a few hours. And he says here, respectfully disagree. Santos is good enough to play the six next to Enzo. Santos is nothing like Kante, very different player. He can play the 8 as well. Okay, that's how I see it too. But I saw something about Roger. But I got the fraud saying how they broke you on Mitchell Boy's YouTube channel. I think with that, people, I appreciate you all. I think we've come to the end of the show. Yeah.
really sorry to cut your flow there, but I really wanted to respond to JC on the chat. He almost got the biryani right. It's onion rice, but yeah, you were close. You were there.
So that was
almost
closer to what you were eating, right?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, I suggested that to Jesse via private
All right.
message. Yeah. Yeah. But I want to say thank you to all the panelists. It's been a delicious show. You can say excellent show, but delicious at that. I want to say thank you to Tyrone. Thank you to Martin O, Roger Pop, and VJ. It's been like 1,000 years, but you came back with a bang, suggested something that sparked an excellent debate, which we loved so much. I think we should do a show soon on the captaincy. You talked about Bencho kicking off his campaign. That's how I see it. That started a week ago, actually. And Bobby, I appreciate you. And everyone in the chat, I want to say thank you to all of you. Please go check out VJ. I'll add his credit. I think I'll find again. I haven't even seen, because you haven't been streaming for a while, but I'll find your channels.
Yeah, I did a video yesterday. That was my start for this year.
Okay, yeah, I remember that when we were during the sale of the club, right? You did one last one that we were suggesting people go and watch. So I add his credentials or credit, if you prefer, to the description section. And I want to say thank you to all of you in the chat. Thank you to CodeWeb. Thank you to Super Hands. I like James instead of Santos, and Matson instead of Angela. Good suggestion there. And please go check out TyTalk's YouTube channel. Also, do subscribe. And if you can, quickly as you can, VJ, do share the link to your channel in the chat so people can go check it out. Santiago Munoz, JC, I appreciate you. Much love to you too, brother. Excellent cuisine. I think I'll try whenever I get to travel to India. My friend, I have a friend also called Ankit, not Ankit from Almighty Blues. I know Ankit that I worked with in Jersey. In Pennsylvania, so to speak. Is a good friend of mine. And the promise is that I get to visit India someday. Mbappe, all of you, again, that's Jefferson, and that's Super. All of you in the chat, if I missed your name, apologies. I'm only human. See you guys next time during the next show. God bless us all, and bye.
Cheers.
Yeah, big up.